Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, June the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, guys. Green, etc. Where? Just give me one moment, please. I've lost my YouTube, guys. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment, guys. I have to put myself on mute. Okay. Okay, thanks, guy, people in YouTube. I'd lost this. I didn't know where you guys were. Okay, great. So people can hear me on YouTube, can hear me in the main room. So let's get started. And just so you know, if you do get the trades of the week, there was a mistake. The suggested entry was 27.75. It is 25.75. Okay, not 27.75. That is for the trade of the week, and that is Star Bulk SBLK. Take a look at SBLK. And, I mean, if you read the email, what Steve was trying to suggest is this is more of like a pullback play. And so when I saw he said 27.75, well, that's right up there. And that's not what he wanted. It's more of a pullback play into this area. Okay. So that is the trade of the week. Now, what else is that? So DSY, this is a SPAC. You can tell it was a SPAC that started trading as DSY this morning. It was plutonium. Come on. It was plutonium something or other before. The reason you can tell is because actually, did it happen on? Maybe it happened on Friday. Thought it started. Sorry, I thought it started trading as DSY this morning before the market opened, but I guess not. Anyway, DSY. No other news. This is the completion of the business acquisition or combination with plutonium. HOVR still up 96%. HOVR has, I'm looking for news. Sorry guys, I just don't see any headline unless it's just going to appear now. Yeah, I don't see any headlines for this one. But you know what? Just give me a moment. I'm having problems with my news feed in Interactive Brokers. Just let me load it again. I could have sworn I did see something earlier. No, still don't see a headline. There must be some reason, obviously, for it to be up almost 100%, but I don't see the headline yet. Now, KWE, this just showed up. KWE, so okay, I know why. So this is again one of those ones under a dollar. I don't have my minimum here is 50 cents, so that's why it wasn't showing up earlier. But if you're into these ones under a dollar, here's another one, KWE. And of course, Nvidia did their reverse split today. Sorry, their forward split today. I have to laugh. I saw that Morgan Stanley cuts their target price to 116 from 1160. I'm sure. I don't know where that. Well, I mean, obviously it is that's a ratio of 10, but I mean, something weird happened there. That headline should not have come out. Sky, SKYE. Now, wow, what a bounce! Looking at this earlier this morning. So what they've done is they are stopping their development of their. I guess they have some kind of an eye treatment drug. and they're discontinuing it. That's what they're doing. So they're joining the obesity sector, guys. That's what's happening with this. Nobody cares about eyes anymore, but we all want to lose fat. So here we go. Phase 2 obesity trial. And so that is they're switching gears. Perry, yeah, William, you were talking about Perry earlier, PERI, slashing their Q2 FY24 outlook amid Microsoft Bing ad pricing changes. That is Perry. This is almost an all-time low. CNSP is almost an all-time low. Right at an all-time low, in fact. CNSP. So they are doing a financing, selling a 1.87 million shares. So they're doing a financing. Market is muted right now. The SPY's down a little bit. Nothing really happening that much. There's really nothing happening economic indicator wise today. I think there's something at 1 o'clock. There's a bond. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, there's a 58 billion 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock. So other than that, nothing really happening regarding the economic calendar. And last, yeah, this TAOP was showing up. Let's see, where is it now? TAOP. uh, Pretty big pullback, about 20% pullback already. So TAOP got over a dollar, got up to 125, hovering at a dollar. And this is trading higher after the company reported May 2024 total contract revenue value of 4.1 million, which is a 52% year over year increase. So that is your news for TAOP. And I see we've got some new people in the room today. Welcome. All right. I'm hearing qui, guys. KWE. So it is still moving. So to me, anyway, I mean, I don't play these ones, but I mean, to me, there could be a lot of resistance around that 87 mark, 87-cent mark. Green trades. I like the way you welcome new people into the room. You're like the Walmart greeter. Good for you. Or Costco greeter. Walmart, Costco. GKNG is an offering? Really? Where do you see that? I don't see that quite yet. Casa? I do see that Morgan Stanley's got a price target of 51 on DKNG. Where do you see the offering, Casa? Okay, I'm not, I just don't see it on my headline. I do see it here on the 7th. I just don't see it today. Okay, so you're referring to this on the 7th? And Real, good morning, Real. Mentioned Donut with an upgrade to 15 by who? Truist, okay, raised. They had a previous price target of 13, now it's 15. All right, guys, yeah, GME, yeah, we're getting some really weird prints. I don't know what's happening. It's like we're getting somehow, but I don't see it on our charts. I don't see a big topping tail on our charts, but I have like a print or an alert at 35.98. There's no way, of course. No, and this is what I'm talking about, at 9/11. So I don't know. Sometimes you'll see a big, crazy topping tail or a bottoming tail on these some of these stocks, but I don't see that here. So I'm not sure where we're getting that sort of an alert. No, I actually have a price alert, I think, for this one. Yeah, right around the 31 level. See if it takes that out. Yeah, right up here. Yeah, I saw what you were talking about with Love, LUV, activist shareholder, Elliott disclosing a $1.9 billion stake in Southwest Airlines, LUV, may be coming into that 30 level. Meanwhile, Perry continues to drop. PERI continues to drop almost, well, not quite. It's not really, it's not sort of lifetime range. 15%, getting close to a low. Is the overall market red right now? Well, the SPY's down a little. I wouldn't call it. I mean, so I don't know about the others. I'm sure most of them are down, but the SPY's down a little. It's not. I'm talking to Marky in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. In fact, now what I will do is take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to click on. I'm going to get the sector statuses up. All right. Wow. There's that UNG again. Oh man. Anyway, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 95% in green. So that means 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. So energy is now 100%. So energy is strong sector this morning. Look at UNG and silver, SLV, whereas most of the other sectors are down from Friday's close. Now, again, I want to repeat this every time. When you see this 100% in green, it doesn't mean that every single stock is ripping higher. It just means that, to make it in to be counted in the 100%, all it has to be is up like point, 0.0001% from Friday's close. Okay, so it's not like they're all ripping higher. Yeah, UNG. So there, look at that 200-day moving average for UNG. Yeah, so Scalper, and welcome to the room, by the way. I'm not a macro trader, okay? I'm an intraday trader. I can read the same things that you're reading. Some analysts are saying this, some analysts are saying that. You know what? Whatever happens, happens. I really don't analyze the market. In like I'm not looking. Look, there have been people who are saying this market's been, just like you said, overbought for months, years, whatever. I mean, I don't really pay attention to any of that. And what's happening here? Come on. Hmm, there we go. Yeah, so I don't really pay that much attention to what the analysts are saying. I just look at the charts and they kind of tell me what to expect, what to trade. I mean, I can tell. I mean, look at the SPY. The SPY is at an all-time high. Is it overbought? Yeah, obviously a lot of people are going to say, "Oh, it's way overbought." These 3 weeks here look really ominous. This is back in April, mid-April. That looked really ominous. It was taking out 500, and then it just stopped moving higher. So, all right, guys. Sorry, I'm just lots of internal stuff happening. Just following some conversations at Trade Ideas. Oprah, sorry, Opera. I forgot to mention this one. Opera, yeah, OPRA is up. TD Cowan, yeah, buying a target of 25. I remember. I mean, this one was an interesting one to trade a few weeks ago. Well, a few months ago, actually, it was actually an all-time high. If I scroll back a bit, I have to get to a monthly chart. Yeah, right here was an all-time high. This was back in. Geez, it doesn't seem that long ago, or it It seems like it was only a few months ago, but this is a year ago that this was hitting these all-time highs. I remember because I was trading it here. Anyway, so Truist has put a price target of 25 on it. And again, if you're new to this, don't think, okay, because an analyst is putting a price target on it, that it's going to get there. Opera now allows you to decorate your browser tags with emojis. That's not today, but I'm just looking at some of the headlines now for Opera. Now, what I didn't look is to see how many shares are available now at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so they've all come back. A lot of shares available now at Interactive Brokers to short almost 2 million. This has been a wild one in terms of that availability at Interactive Brokers anyway. It was a high of last week of about 2.4 million, and then it went all the way almost down to zero. Back up to 2 million, 1.94 million to be exact. What does Opera do? They were a browser. They were one of the early, I think they were one of the earlier competitive browsers to Microsoft's. And then I think Firefox came on afterwards. I believe I had Opera. I was using Opera many, many, many years ago. A built-in VPN, though, really interesting. Okay. Well, for me to trade GME, and full disclosure, guys. I mean, I disclose it to the guys at Trade Ideas. I don't know what time it was, but I actually took a wild swing at this one on Friday after was in at 27.65, and I decided to hold it. I got up early for me. I'm glad I did. I'm in the West Coast. I got up at about 3:30 my time this morning to see what it was, and I'm glad I got out of most. I got out of it, just some of it in this area, and when it was getting down under close to 30, I got out of everything. But I'm looking at it just as a trade, just as a potential trade, maybe over 31. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Let's see what the SPY is doing. So the SPY is a bit of a drop now. So SPY is down about a point here. Oh, I thought somebody said, Dacky, I thought you said that KWE got over a dollar. Not quite. Well, yeah, I mean, this is the big level here, obviously, right here around 93 cents. What did I get to? Yeah, I got up to 91. So there's your level here, 91, 95 cents or so. Okay, guys, I am now going to put the layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens to start to display that. And by the way, if you are new, I am sharing a lot of my scans, okay, that you're going to see. No, I have scans on I have two other monitors, so I don't display every single scan that I've got up and running, but I am sharing a lot of scans. If you, I don't know if you hear that in the background. And a continuation from last week, I'll be looking at the large cap gainers and the large cap losers, okay, in race form. We still have the ones that are going to be the most active right here in this screen, the relative strength leaders from the close. We still will have that, but I'm trying to concentrate a little bit more on the large cappers. And let's take a look at this DSY, see if it's. So somebody mentioned, well, okay, the VWAP is at 434, so it's below the VWAP now. I didn't mention the SPEC, guys. I know this is, yeah, it's another one of these ones that big move after hours on Friday. Almost got up to a dollar. At 59 cents now. This is the news, I guess. Their advanced air core technology to be integrated into American agent. Well, okay. So they did have some news. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now. 9:28. So another couple of minutes before this market opens, we start getting some. Now, just if you haven't seen this before, it's going to look these two races are going to look very weird. Probably in the first 10 minutes, you're going to see some giant symbols. That's because there's not that many stocks that will meet the filter requirements at the very beginning. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Casa. No, I did see it. I was just looking to see if it was today also, though. But thank you for that. Account not showing up. What do you mean by that, Great Scott? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What does that mean? Also, if you have our AI guys, our AI, this is all I would do. Okay, have this window open. It's called the Strategy Trades All. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then you'll see we have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay. Thank you, William. This this is what you're going to see. This is what you're going to see. Now, notice there's nothing in this window. We will not get any alerts until at least a 9:40. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get. And also, what I would do is also get rid of this. If you don't see none in this little filter box, press that little down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked so that it says none. I think you should see the trades all day long. Okay. What do you mean by the comp account is not showing up? Are you talking about in our Brokers Plus? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. RVSN Come on. Turn the sizes so it's right at the top here. So this is what I was saying, how it's going to look kind of weird when this first starts. Here's Palantir, PLTR. Oop, this is probably love, isn't it? Yeah, this is LUV. Actually starting to move down. LUV starting to move down. All right. Well, GME is so glad I got out of it, man. Kind of hoping this morning I'd wake up. It was at 40, but at least it was above where I bought it. Give me a moment. Now, also, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So, again, I don't understand. Great Scott, when you say comp account is not showing up, what do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about, you're not talking about in our brokerage plus window, the paper trading? You're not talking about that. So I don't know what you mean by the comp account is not showing up. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Again, this is going to look really strange for the first maybe 5 to 10 minutes until we get more symbols that meet the requirements. Well, I'm glad you made some money on that one, Ricky, on the KWE in our YouTube room. Yeah, Perry's having a nice bounce now, isn't it? PERI having a nice bounce. Wow, GME is getting trashed now. Where is a maybe a support area? Well, the low on last week was right down here. There's the 200-day moving average, 25.50. WHD cactus. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Not a lot of volume yet. It's picking up though. All right, now we're starting to get a few more in here. Okay, so let me take a look at H-band as an example. Wow, H-band all the way down. Not a on downbeat annual interest income forecast. Okay, so there it's a forecast. They don't release earnings until July 19th, but I guess they're prepping the market that it's not going to be good. Okay, let's take a look at Love, LUV. All right, we have some bottoming tails now. So a lot of volume coming into Love, LUV. 38 times normal up to this time of day. It's only 9:35, but a lot of volume coming in with this activist shareholder, Elliot. SMLR, okay, interesting maybe, guys. SMLR through the through the 200-day moving average. SMLR, lots of room. Yeah, look at that. I remember this one now from last week. SMLR, look at all the room it's got. $49, 49.21. Next high looking left on the weekly. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but look at all the room it's got. SMLR had the big bad week here. I don't know if it was an earnings. Was not earnings. This is March, so I don't know. Hmm. This might have been earnings. Might have been earnings. Yeah, this will again. This looks really crazy right now. There are not enough stocks meeting the filter requirements yet. This Mobileye was a strong one on Friday, real strong actually. Thursday and Friday, maybe starting to get some profit taking now. MBLY, MBLY. All right, here's Opera on the move, guys. Opera on the move. Now, the next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like around 1731. Yeah, 1731 on the weekly chart. So it's getting close to that. They do have a $25 price target on it by Truist. Our first halt of the week, guys. Wow. Okay. Keep an eye on this one. This could go absolutely bonkers. 4.5 million in the float. Did I say bonkers? Anyway, MLGO, guys. MLGO. So it's above Friday's high. The next high looking left is 699. It's halted at 535. So this is one that possibly, depending on what it does when it comes out of its halt, that I'll take. Okay. What has to happen though, it will have to drop down below that 535 at some point, not a huge amount below, and then take it out again. So what might happen? Well, first of all, let me show you. This is time and sales for interactive brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price for MLGO 535. Potential open is this column right here, and of course this will change. If you're unfamiliar with halts, typically, they are 5 minutes long. So if it is a 5 minute halt, this will open at 9:43 plus a second. And this number probably will change as we get closer to that opening. So if it happens to maybe it like open a little bit above and then come down below the 535 and then pop above it, sometimes when I'll take the trade. Definitely not recommending you do the same thing as me. I'm just pointing out what I see or what I could potentially see. Yeah, so this LPA just got halted on the way down. Okay, forget about it. This is not available for short sell and interactive brokers, but the big red dot, not available. Don't even try. Yeah, so we do have an option filter, Spy Scalper. So for instance, I don't know if you can see my single stock window. I've got option volume today as one of my filters. Okay. So for instance, if I click on donut, BNUT, showing that it does trade options. Typically, I mean, you can use our filter and just put like one in the min for a contract, and that means if it'll trade, it can trade options, as opposed to the LPA that I had up that does not trade options. LPA is not optionable. You can see the zero is right there, so it is not optionable. I actually have a scan that is called abnormal option activity. There's nothing hitting it yet. Wow, am I so glad I got up early on the GME. Well, the low on okay, DXC. Now I have an alert set this. I must have said it last week sometime. For some reason, you can see why, guys. I mean, there's the DXC. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume, 302,000 already. It's at 17. 1690 was the break. You can see, excuse me, we can see one daily candle at 1690. Excuse me. Now look left, and it's got a ton of room. The next high looking left is 2020. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but it's definitely become something that I would be watching. So here we go, MLGO. See what's happening now. So again, 43, I'm sorry. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will be opening in about a little less than half a minute. If it's a 5-minute halt, I'll keep this up because again, this could go crazy because of the float, China stock, and of course what it did, way back here when I got up to 155. So let's see where it opens, guys. Yeah, I can see it's starting to a little bit above that halt price of 535. All right, open. Yeah, bombed right through that. So probably not going to give me an opportunity. I don't think it's going to go down below that 535. And if it does now, I'm not interested. All right, let's start taking a look at some of these things now. See if there's anything interesting happening. Silver play. This was a really nice one I traded last week on the upside. I think this was on. Yeah, that was on Thursday. So let's take a look at silver, SLV, and see what it's doing. And more than likely, yeah. So it's putting in some red bars now. But this is definitely weaker than the sector. I mean, silver, SLV is still positive, but now this is negative, down 2%. PAAS. Wow. So this is ripped. Okay, the next high looking left on the MLGO is almost $7, around 698. Not going to surprise me if it gets halted again, either on the way up or the way down. Well, now KWE has now been halted. Is it halted on the way up? Yeah, it's halted on the way down. Okay, so KWE halted on the way down. VIRT guys, VIRT on the move here. VIRT on the move here through. Oh, that's sorry. That's on the. I don't know why this is on here. I should not have that 200. I don't care about on the weekly, but anyway, VIRT on the move here. Here's an expensive one, guys. ALRT also lifetime high. Okay, guys, this is a lifetime high for ALRT. Sorry, ALTR. Sorry, ALTR. Okay, lifetime high. Yeah, see DSY. Yeah, DSY. But it's pretty choppy, guys. Remember, this is a SPAC that or turned into a DSY. I guess it was on Friday. I didn't realize it. Snap, guys. Let's take a look at Snap. Okay, probably. Yeah, it's got a lot of support. I think between here and maybe 1470. So it's not that interesting. Would really have to take out that support. So saw this one in the pre-market. I don't think I'd seen this one before. Cactus Incorporated. Don't know what they do. Let's take a look. Okay, pressure control systems. Okay, so WHD, what a breakout. I mean, that's a big breakout. Look at these. Look at this daily chart. Was falling the last 5 days, broke out. I wonder what the news is. I don't see any news. Wow, look at Sentinel here. This has got some room, guys. Look at Sentinel. 2037 or so is the next high. 2034 to be exact. Next high looking left on the daily chart for Sentinel S. S. That is a let's see if it can take I mean, it's already really extended. I'm not, so you've got to wait for some either pausing here, maybe a little pullback, but taking out 18, but it's got all this room. Of course, this was an earnings play that got hammered down on earnings. Oh, that's what it is. Thank you, Casa. S&P 600 on Friday. On this coming Friday, or was it last Friday for the WHD? Okay, cheap one, guys. Renb. Look at Renb on the move. Look at Renb on the move. RENB on the move. Two huge, huge candles on the 15-minute chart. S on the move, guys. S on the move. Over 18 now. It's a little bit of a chase, though. Not a little bit. It's a big chase. And Renb just got halted. Renb just got halted. Just mentioned it, man. It just got halted. Wonder if there's any news. I don't see any news on it. It's not a low float either. Is that right? 105 million in the float. Let me check another website. Yeah, the other site has 49 million, so about half of that, but it's still a pretty large float for it to be moving like this. Okay, let's take a look at MLGO. Yeah, I mean, it's could go, it's gone. I mean, that's too bad. I really wish it had just paused a bit, came back down through that first call price, 535, and then popped from there. Man, it got all the way up to 645. No, Olin, question in our YouTube room. Is this a, excuse me, is this screen a channel? No, but but I'm sharing a lot of scans, including right now that you can find on my homepage, large cap gainers, and this one, okay, and also the Halts resumes. So I can pop my homepage into the room, and you can have a look. But I'm also sharing a lot of other scans. And so for anybody new looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down until you see the center section, okay? So I am sharing this race here, the biggest gainers, large cap gainers. I don't, I forgot. Sorry, guys, I forgot to have the gentleman who looks after my homepage to add this one. I can give anybody who wants this, I can just give it to you, the large cap losers. But I also have, if you're looking for more active, like active participants in the race, there is this one here, biggest gainers from the open percent. These are large cap movers, and here is the relative strength leaders from the close is down here. And then my halts resumes is right here. But I am sharing a lot of other scans that are on my other monitors. I don't have all these scans open, okay, but I do have I have this one, for instance, on my other monitor, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. You can take a look at that. It is right here. And the reason I don't have every single scan that I'm actually using right now on the main screen, it would be too overwhelming for most people, okay? So it would look too cluttered. And I'm going to go over my homepage. What time is it now? About 9:55. So I'm going to go over my homepage around 10:15 to 10:20, okay, Eastern time. Look at Sentinel now, guys. I mean, it just doesn't have any sort of a pullback. Yes, no pullback. I mean, it was hard for me to, I don't want to chase this, but boy, look at the room it's got. Again, if you're new to when I'm talking about look at the room, all I do is I just look left on a daily chart to see how much room a stock can keep moving until it hits that next high. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look at my weekly chart. Well, I am amazed. There are shorts available for MLGO at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's 300,000 because I know it's showing up on their AI. I'm not 100% sure I would do that. You can get, I mean, it could have a massive drop, of course, but all right. So RENB just opened. So are you talking about this? You're talking about this single stock window SPY scalper. You want this darker? I don't believe there is a way to darken it. No. My screen, it looks great, but are you talking about because it's hard for you to see? If you, of course, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? But there's no. I mean, I can increase the font size. I don't want to, but I can increase the font size, but I cannot. I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can increase the get this darker. Just the font size. All right. It used to be Noble Energy. I guess they're calling themselves. Oh, that's a long time ago, I guess. But anyway, Noble Corporation, NE. So what is this guy? Has some room on the weekly chart, 46.62 in the next high. On the daily, it's the same high actually in the daily and the weekly. So it has some room. NE. Oh, thank you, Casa. So that is a takeover. Diamond Offshore taking over NE or vice versa. Diamond Offshore is being acquired. Okay, after Noble announced an agreement to acquire the company. Okay, thank you. All right, guys, here's the DXC. So the DXC is whole. Okay, now this is a little more interesting to me now. Remember now, I had a price alert set just over 17 for this one, DXC. It did have a bottoming tail down to 17. 17 seems to be holding it. A high up here was 1739. Is it a good time to short DSY? Well, first of all, I'm not going to recommend either shorting it or going long it, Marky. You have to have your own. Plus, I don't know who your broker is, but there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for DSY. I mean, right now, I mean, it's just choppy. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. Hard to know which direction. I don't know who your broker is, but I can tell you that Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available. All right, watching DXC now. Watching DXC as it is pulling back a little bit. Like I'm going to put an alert up here at around 1729 or so, and see if it takes that out. And that might get me into this trade just because of all the room it's got. Biomarine. I haven't seen this one in a long time. All right, guys. I think I am very close to taking this DXC. What's the float? Big float. Good. 190 million. So it's not going to be too crazy. Again, I'm not recommending you do what I do. Okay. I'm just sort of pointing out an opportunity. If it makes sense to you and your trading style, your plan, fine. If not, don't do it. All right, guys. H band is making its way down. So this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And let's just take a look at it to see where it could go. On the weekly chart, next low is around 1218. So there is room on the weekly chart anyway. So let me take a look at the market. So we've got a minor disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow up, so the value stocks up. Nas is down a little. The growth stocks, SPY is basically flat. Let's take a look at Nvidia. I'm sure it's driving the SPY. So remember now, Nvidia did their 1 for 10 forward split. This is now the new price. Excuse me, the new price. So a lot of these, that I'm seeing also in the losers, biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. They can turn into interesting bounce plays too. Okay, I'm looking at this RF as an example. You see on a 15-minute chart, we've got all these bottoming tails at 18. If 18 holds, I mean, this could turn into a bit of a bounce play. All right, so now I'm going to explain a little bit about what you're seeing on these races. Okay, so this race started at well, it's a 4-minute race, so it's about 2.5 minutes into the race. Okay, so what does it mean when it says BE at 0.57%? So all races start off from a top list window that you can create, of course, and then you launch the race from from your top list window. So when the race starts, what this is telling me is that since the race started, BE has moved the most. I mean, it's not a huge move, 0.57%, up 8 cents. Okay. This number here is telling you how much it's up from the close of Friday. Now you can see how NE is just taken over. And so when the race is over, a winner is declared. And from that is a top 10 list for the day that is automatically created for you, made up of the stocks that win the most races. So you can see right off the bat, Donut, DNUT, has won 2 races. H-band on the way down has won 3 races. Okay, and so that's how that works. So when this top 10 list is complete, and of course, you can get new symbols all day long. But what I would be doing is I'd be clicking on the symbol. So let's take a look at CRDO, and you look at it, go, okay, is there a way in which I can trade this right now? Or do I wait? Maybe, in fact, this in fact could turn into a short. I mean, look at these topping tails. The buyers tried to take this up here, and the sellers keep knocking it down. Maybe that turns into more of a short play. But you can put price alerts at different areas. If you're a VWAP player, 28.18, so you can see the VWAP for this one is 28.18. Maybe that VWAP holds. So this turns, in my opinion anyway, this turns into a very nice watch list that is automatically created for you. Now, again, you can create your own top list. Let me just show you. I want to duplicate this into a free floating window. Okay, and then I'm going to open the top list. So this is the top list that generates this race. So you can see this is just a top list window. And if I right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So of course you can have your own top list. This is what my top list looks like, what I'm looking for in that top list. With stocks between 10 and 50, 500,000 shares, etc. Market cap has to be at least 500 million. Float has to be at least 50 million. So these are going to be large cap movers. Okay. So if you want this race to the way it is, fine. But of course, again, you can construct your own top list window and then just run the race. I'm going to go over this. What time is it now? 10:09. In about 10 minutes, show you where you can find all this information in our guide. And you don't have to wait for a race to be over. Okay. You start to see some stocks starting to move up the list. Click on it, see what's happening. This is also, I think, because I'm not a huge pullback player, but you can see stocks that are moving up and you can click on it and you can see, well, maybe they're pulling back to some level. Remember, these stocks are not necessarily at the high of the day or the low of the day. They pull back and start moving. So here's an example. Now, let me see. Why is this Iran showing up here? Oh, this was okay. This one won a race a long time when it did this. Okay, okay, because any stock here right now has to be below Friday's close. Okay, to see it here. But does that mean just when a stock wins a race, then remember now on the way down, it doesn't mean when I click on it that it's still going to be below Friday's close. So you can see this has had a nice bounce. All right, obesity play, guys. Obesity sector. Here you go. HIMS. $22 is a big level for it to try to take out HIMS. Yeah, GME is definitely nice. Sort of bound. Was it 25? Did it get down there? I don't think it got down to 25. No. All right, guys. Well, I got out of the DXE flat. I thought it was going to have a bigger run. I got into that one at 1728. Got into 1738 or so. As it started pulling back down, though, I decided to turf it, and I can always get back in later. This might be a little early. So what I'm going to do with that DXE is put a price alert. Yeah, back up here around that 1727 mark. Now, what I have been finding in these races, the large cap races, is that some of them can really set up well in the afternoon. Once you kind of get rid of all the froth that happens in the first hour, 2 hours or so, then they can really start to set up nicely in the afternoon with a nice trend. Man, I'd like to take this short, the PROK. This is from the 10-day daily breakdown and the combo scan, but that 200-day moving average is right there, not that far away, around 270, 272 to be exact. So 10 cents away. If that weren't there, I'd be in this short. I've seen too many of these cheap ones that I've sort of dismissed from this scan right there, that have turned into just fantastic percentage moves. But I just can't do it. That 200-day moving average may act as some support. Boy, yes, really. I mean, it looks so. I mean, this is why I don't like trading early. But look at this. I mean, 1816, 1757. So again, I'm going to put my alert around that, just underneath 18, and see if it takes it out later on and gets a better trend going. Okay, guys, it's 10:15. So what I'm going to do now is just go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. But this is probably, this PROK is right at that 200-day. The next low looking left is 260. That's pretty close also. I may regret not taking this short. Okay, this was a SPAC last week, or turned into, yeah, Hudson is still a SPAC. Was very active last week. HUDA. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, so I did put my homepage link in. So this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you're going to take out a subscription sometime, sometime in the future, later on today or tomorrow, next week, next month, etc., please use my promo code. The reason is that this is a free room, and the way we keep it free is every time somebody uses my promo code to take out a subscription, the room gets credit for the subscription, and that's how we keep the room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. You must do this. Okay. The DXC is coming back now. Give me a moment. Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading or relatively new to trading, this is a series of videos, all free, called Trading 101. I think there are about 38 videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together. So it's a free resource for you. I do a stock of the day that you can sign up for, free, of course. Now, the trade of the week. Now, if you got the email, there was a mistake. I put that. The trade of the week is SBLK. Let me see how it's doing, because there was a mistake in the suggested entry. So I don't think it triggered. Did it trigger 27.75 or 25 cents? No, so it did not trigger. The trigger price is really supposed to be 25.75, not 27.75. So if you got the email, but if you read the email, you know that he's trying to play it on a pullback. And so it would not make any sense for it to be way up here to be the trigger. Okay. He was trying to suggest playing this on a pullback, but it did not trigger, because the high right there is 25.58. The trigger would be 25.78, 75. It did not get there. So this is not a bad trade of the week. It's right now, it's a non-event. Okay. As we speak, of course, it could come back. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. We have a big education section right here. This is our user guide. There's the getting started again. Now, more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, how to create a stock race, what it's all about. I use price alerts all the time. Now, if you want to create a watch list or a symbol list, here's where you do it. A lot of stuff, a lot of information, of course, is in the guide. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. There's a lot of information in a guide. Again, you do not have to learn everything. Okay. To sign up for the trade of the week should be right here. Okay. Trade of the week. Okay. Same as. There you go. Okay. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, you just have to scroll down the center section. Here are the current scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Now, the large cap gainers is right here. This one I'm not displaying. You can have it. It is a lot. It's sort of like this. Okay. You're going to see stocks that are a lot more active in terms of the percentage increases. Now, if you do want this one, the large cap losers, I'll have to, you'll just have to ask me. I'll have to share it. It's not on my homepage yet. I'm going to, in fact, put the news or my note right down here. Okay. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. The halts resumes is over here. Now, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. Now, you notice they're all together in this little dock window. Here, they're all separate. The reason I do that is not everybody wants to see stocks to potentially short. I understand that. Plus, you may not want to see. This is the don't repeat version. This is the repeating version. So, in other words, this PROK, the first alert we had on the 10-day daily breakdown was at 9:51 Eastern time. The price was 290, and over here, this is the repeating version. Man, 251, great move. I didn't take it because I thought maybe that 200-day moving average might hold it up. Obviously, it's not. So I personally like to have the don't repeat because again, I can kind of go back and say, well, what happened from that alert? But that's up to you. So that's why I have separated these four windows into the individual windows. Okay. But I am sharing a lot of other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. Here's the relative strength leaders is right here. And here is the Halls resumes is right here. Okay. So lots of scans that I'm sharing. I was in DXC earlier, a technical handle, but I'm out of it. Basically flat. I'm looking to get back in. I sure wish I were in the PROK, but I just couldn't do it, guys. I mean, I have to have, my that 200-day moving average was too close for me, but it didn't seem to matter at all. How to get the details in the black pop-up I have on my 15-minute chart via Parry. Are you talking about this? This? Are you talking about this? Talking to via Parry in our main room. Just one moment. Okay, so the way to get it, and I know there's a way to have it up. For me, you see, it takes up too much room, so that's why I would never do it. But if you go to a candle and left click on the candle, then it's going to pop up. Now it'll be there. You can when you go to another candle, you'll get all the information. Okay, I'm talking to Via Parry in our main room, and I should explain. We have two rooms that I moderate. One is a YouTube room, and then is what I call the main room. In the main room, there's more action amongst traders. Okay, there's a lot more interaction amongst traders, but it's up to you. You can stay in YouTube if you want. Okay, but okay, yeah, just left click just left click, and then it'll show up. And I think there's a way in which, if you really wanted to keep it there, so that when you say I clicked on another alert, that it would be there. I just don't like it because I think it takes up too much space. But okay, so just left click. I know Pepe must know. I prefer my information up there. So I have our two versions of the charts going. Okay. This is our call them the older charts, the legacy charts, and then these are the newer ones. Not loading. So you're left click. Remember, I might have said right click. So left click on any candle and this should pop up. Now, I don't know if that's an option. Just trying to see if there's some kind of an option that must be selected. So let me just see. Maybe that's an option. I get rid of this, show the indicators. No. Oh, okay. Well, then it's up here. It's up here. I like it better up here, to be honest. Yeah, these are if you okay, so if you left click right click on the chart and you see where it says use browser interface, if you check that, then you'll have the newer charts, okay? I mean, there's pros and cons about using the newer charts versus the older charts. Again, I prefer to have the information up here, so I just see how it changed. I just have to go to, I don't have to left click. Also, I just find that this box takes up too much space. So it depends on how big your chart is, of course. Okay, that's something that I can't answer, Alan. So what I'll have to do is go to info. No, actually, I'll give you go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. Okay, and click on my homepage link or alert link. Click on the link, and where it says need help, click on the need help. Click on the ask, and then click on well, you're in the ask, and now chat. Click on the chat. Now, basically explain what's happened, okay? And they can maybe give you a previous version of trade ideas, okay? And they'll give you a version that's I don't have it. Just give me your, but just make sure you give them your email address that you signed up, they used to sign up for trade ideas, so they can find your account and then give it to you, okay? Okay, guys. Now Sentinel is now starting to come back after that early morning froth. Yes, starting to come back. Let's see if it takes out 18 again. I mean, my attraction to it, of course, is all the room it's got when you look left. Sort of like the DXC, which so kind of just chopping around. So I have my alert set up here at this. I'll reset it actually 1730. See if I get back into it later on in the day. Yeah, big two candle 15-minute move for XAIR. Sorry. So let me just go over a little bit. I know we have new people in the room. What Trade It is all about. So let me just explain briefly what we're all about. So we are a real-time scanner. Okay, if I right click on this alert window and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is what this scanner is looking for. And so there are a lot of screening programs out there that claim to be scanners. And my definition of a scanner certainly is what I call a real-time alert. And that is what we're excellent at doing. So in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. This is the screening aspect. If the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three. Great filter that we've got means it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now it's at 10:30 Eastern time. I call this a momentum scan. And the reason is because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So this is the idea for the scan. And if it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So the last time that happened was X Air at 10:29 plus 57 seconds. It made a new high for the day, satisfying all these filter requirements, and they just did another one. Okay. So these are all real time alerts. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, great. But of course, if you don't like it, in other words, maybe you don't want this price range, maybe you want something else. Maybe, yeah, obviously you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have the scan. And if you look through some of our filters, maybe you see one that you'd like to add to this, or maybe take one of these out. That is, of course, entirely up to you. This is what I like to see, doesn't have to be what you like to see. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. So right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And when I get to these icons, these are the filters. So again, I don't look at this and think, well, this program is way too hard for me. How can I possibly learn all of these, real-time alerts and filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The reason why there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all the different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Now, personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean all the rest of these are no good. It just means that for my style of trading, that's all I care about. But that, again, does not have to be your style of trading. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So, again, I welcome anybody who's new. If you have a question, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. So our AI had this one as a short, guys. I was amazed that we had short. I had shorts available. Interactive brokers. You got to be very careful, of course, but just because of the float and how volatile it is. But the AI had a short at 588. Is now 538. Now, my guess, yeah, actually, it got all the way down to five. So if you had taken that short in this area, it was a nice percentage move from our AI. And this is what I'm talking about right there, 588, 543 now, but it did get down to five. This one I talked about earlier in the day, SMLR. And I saw that it had an opera alert also, and I don't know, maybe it's settling down now. Maybe it's been a little bit choppy. Yeah, I'm still waiting on the DXC. I want to see if it later on. It's starting to pace not too badly. I mean, look, we've got these topping tails. What does that mean again? That means at one point, the stock was up to this price, 1740. Sellers knocked it down, but the sellers got this one down to 1712. Buyers have stepped in a bit. Let's just see if it can kind of settle down, consolidate a little bit, and then break through 1730 again later on. And that's why I have an alert up in that area. Because if it does do that, I mean, look left, it's got a ton of room. So, about 2017 or so, 2020 is the next high looking left. So it's got a lot of room. Whoa. I remember this one. This got hammered down on Friday. BMEA. Now it's starting to come back. It's above Friday's high now. 435. That's so it's above Friday's high. And of course, it got a lot of room. I can't remember exactly what happened here. Anybody remember why this got hammered down on Friday? I'm just looking to see if I can see. Maybe our news will have it. So that was the 7th. Okay, I'm just trying to see if there's any. Okay. So there we go. So the US FDA places their clinical hold or clinical trial on hold. Okay, so that was the reason. Thank you. Just had to find that news again. Well, they're still on hold. Okay, so it's not like everything's rosy right now, but now SKYE. So they don't want to be in the eye business anymore. They've joined the obesity crowd. Okay, and so first of all, they stopped the development of their eye treatment. I don't know with a drug. I don't know what it is exactly, but that was the reason. But then they said, you know what? But now we're going to join the obesity sector, and so that caused the move up. So failure of trial for a glaucoma. Okay, so that's and now they're going to direct all clinical development resources to its metabolic program. Okay, basically joining the obesity sector. And speaking of that, here's HIMS, HIMS, at the big move here. I believe that was the start of their big move. Might have been here though, uh, a few weeks ago. Any thoughts on VIRC? That's from Niama in our YouTube room. Well, okay, obviously I had a nice pop here at 9:45, 9:30, the opening candle. I remember if I saw, oh no, it was the VIRT that I saw, I think. Um, well, I mean, or maybe I did see this one. Maybe it was this one because it's an all-time high. I remember mentioning some stock that it was an all-time high. So I guess this is it. This is the all-time high for it. Well, I mean, there's your high up here, 1572. Let's see if it, I probably put an alert up there. But if that doesn't hold, I'd be bracketing those alerts, maybe 15, 20, and see if it breaks out of this area. But it's basically it's at an all-time high. Wedbush raises the price target to from 19 from 16, so it's got a little bit of room to go there. All right, DXC. Let's see if this can really hold this level here. I know why you're saying 1740, PJ. That's the high of the day. Okay, guys. GME on the move now. They little nice move over 28. At least it was. So that could be a red bar ignored. Let's take a look at GME. I want to get a bigger. Yeah, that is actually a red bar ignored now for GME. Show you what I'm talking about. That's a 10-minute chart. Let me get a. Okay, so you see this red bar here. So we have an uptrend. We have a red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then the next candle is green, moving above the high of that red bar. And that can give us a potential trade here. Just look at it this way. Uptrend, pause in the uptrend continues. Now, the only issue is look at the VWAP is 28.25, okay? 28.25. So that could stall it. So I'm assuming you guys are short H band. Yeah. So H band been showing up on my yeah, I mean it showed up on the breakdown at 1266, 10-day daily breakdown. And I think I said it has room. I didn't take it, but it has room down to about 1216. That is the next high or next low looking left. Okay, got the last drop out. All right, guys, I'm liking the DXE more and more now that it looks like it's start trying to settle down. Oh man, SMTC guys, take a look at this one now. Let me see, I saw this one earlier. Maybe I did see this one earlier. $47 is the next high looking left for SMTC. Earnings play. Well, no, I don't understand what's going on here. Something happened obviously on Friday to have it knocked down so much. This was an earnings play here. This was the reaction on that would be Thursday. Got all the way up here. It did sell off, but then on Friday it just dropped badly. I wonder if was it a financing or something. I SMTC. I don't see any news on it. Code of conduct? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why this happened. Just give me a moment. All right, so this one got halted. QXO. What? This is. I don't know what this is. There's no volume. $250 stock. Absolutely crazy. Be careful. I mean, really, I don't understand what's going on with this one at all. QXO started trading as QXO last week. Right. That was the one. They had a sorry, thank you, John. Regarding SMTC, that was the one in which he was turfed, right? He had a fight with the board or something. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just looking at GME. I can see that VWAP looks like it is stalled at. So, I mean, yeah, look, I'm only looking at it because, obviously super active trader last week. So, but this might be just dying down now. So I don't want to, certainly don't want to dwell on it. Yeah, I'm just, come on, break out now. Come on, DXE, you can do it. I know you can do it. Break out. I was thinking of this one maybe when I saw the SMLR and the SMTC. Boy, they're very similar in terms of the room they've got. Probably a big float, right? H band. Yeah. I mean, look at the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. 1.44 billion in the float. So that's probably one reason I didn't. Well, I was looking also here at that 1260 level, but well, it is nine. It's not that weak. Relative volume is nine for H band, so that's still pretty strong. But it takes a ton of volume to move it. You don't have nine, okay? We have nine. Victoria's Secret, guys. Keep an eye on this one. This one, wow, it's got room. I mean, I wish it were so extended, but VSCO saw this one last week in the large cap losers, and it is continuing down now. See if it breaks through 19. Ah, there we go. DXC, little bit of a move for DXC. Okay, now VIRC. Okay, so somebody asked in our YouTube room about it, Nyama. So there it did. It took out the high. Now this is an all-time high right now. Okay, an all-time high for this stock right now. VIRC. And let's see, the spread 1572, 79, 75, 85. So it's not terrible, but it is a break. No, not bad volume on that break. Oh, okay, AEO guys, let's take a look at now. I love when they break that whole number. AEO had earnings last week. No, not last week. Yeah, actually, well, the 29th. I think this was the reaction right here. Dropped on earnings. Boy, this is an interesting one to look at the looking left on the weekly chart. The next low is around $20. So there is some room on the way down for AEO. All right, guys, I've taken the short on the AEO. I don't want to see it get close to 21. We'll see what happens. If it gets close, I'm out. Just want to see if it can take out that low there, which it has, and has a little bit of room. I'd say a little bit of room on the weekly chart down to about the $20 level. So, and that showed up in the large cap losers. Come on, DXE, you're stalling now on me. I'm in this one, guys, a little bit earlier than the 1740 break, but just kind of stalling. What's the float on DXC? Yeah, so it's a big float, 190 million. So I'm going to try to have a little patience with it. Okay, guys. So this is a great example of how to use this raise and maybe find pullback plays. Okay, so you see, Love is leading this race. I mean, it's early; doesn't mean they're going to win the race or anything, but it's right at the very top here. And look what it's doing. This is why. So it's nowhere near the high of the day. Sorry, that's a 7:30 candle anyway, but it's the high of the day, market hours anyway, looks like around 30. So you can see how it's pulled back and now it's starting to win a race, okay? Or it was leading in a race. So again, you can use this as potential pullback plays, if all that makes sense. because I know not everybody wants to just take stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. I get it. Just because that's what I like to do doesn't mean that's what you have to do, of course. Oklo, haven't seen that one. I don't think it's showing up into my scanners, is it? Yeah, I don't think so. So let's take a look at Oklo. This is a this was the I guess the IPO back here the week of May the 6th, over a month ago. I do recall trading it. I think on I think it was this day here. I think I traded on this day here, maybe this day here. Hmm, that's right. Now I remember. Sam Altman, Mr. Open AI himself. Yeah, so we got a little again that little disconnect in the market, guys. The Dow is down, not much, but it's down. So the value stocks versus the growth stocks, Nas is up a little. My guess is that Nvidia is recovering somewhat. Yeah, no, not somewhat. So this is obviously. Oh no, what have I done? Jeez, just give me a moment. Here we go. So there's the SPY guys, and there's Nvidia. Okay, I mean there's your absolute correlation right here. SPY, Nvidia, and of course Nvidia did their 1 for 10 forward split today. So forward split adjusted, the all-time high will be 125. All right, DXC. Maybe I'll do my put price alerts to induce it upwards, just penny by penny. Just give me a moment. Ah, I love working at home. Ah, you know what, guys? I took it out. Basically flat again on the DXE. I just don't like the way it doesn't have that. And yeah, okay. Got up to 742. So I'm out flat again on the DXE. I'll have one more attempt at it later on in the day, perhaps if it takes that 1745. But I just don't see good enough trend for me to want to stick with it. AEO is starting to move down a little bit. Excuse me, a little bit for me, but nothing. Nothing. If it got into the low, maybe high 60s, low 70s, I would consider that maybe a mini win. I'm short again, the AEO. All right, let me start looking at some of these lower price ones. ICCH. What the heck is this doing? Never seen this one before. Okay, ICCH. I don't know. It start trading as ICCH. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the story is on this one. No idea. Acquired by Mutual Capital Group for 23.50 a share. Okay, so they're, but it's okay. Well, if I were a shareholder and I were looking at this at $16 forever, $16 forever, and I woke up to that, I'd be pretty happy, I guess. Lifetime range, high. Oh, quick getting technical on us, Dak. What the heck is a harami? I know I could look it up. I've heard of it, but if anybody said, you know what, I'll give you $1 million if you can tell me what a harami is, I'd be out $1 million. Yeah, DSY has just been, I mean, it's very difficult. Look at all the topping tails, look at the bottoming tails. The trend is up, but it is very, very choppy, erratic. Okay, AEO, giving me a little bit. I'm looking maybe at low 70s, mid 60s. Maybe it can get down there. It's got more room than that, but I'm just not anticipating much bigger of a move, really. Well, guys, 11:11. So in about 40 minutes, 50 minutes, I'll be taking off for about an hour. Chris Farley should be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I'm just going to confirm that. Okay, so the spy again is Nvidia. Okay, the spy is Nvidia. So let's take a look again at Nvidia, NVDA, and what it's doing. And you can see it's virtually exactly, there's a big topping tail for Nvidia, topping tail on the SPY. Now, somebody said that the NVDL had not been adjusted yet. NVDL, let me see. Okay, guys. Wow. OSS. Now it has some room, I believe. 277. There is your next high looking left for OSS on the daily chart. OSS. Wow. Not too much action for me now, guys. I mean, the AEO is starting to work a little bit more. I'm just waiting to see if I can get in the low 70s, maybe into the mid 60s. That would give me a nice, not a bad trade. The SMTC, I probably should be in this, but I'm not yet. Look at all the room it's got. Roth is covers with a buy, and what's their target for SMTC? This is my interact. There we go. Target of $50. So that is from Roth. That is for SMTC. Again, nobody's saying it's going to get there. Basically, they're saying right back up to the high on Thursday, before that announcement about the CEO leaving. I know you guys are not in H band any. Well, some of you are not, but H band is it can just continues to inch its way down, penny by penny. Yeah, I'm looking at that GME now, Dak. I think it has to take. I think I have the low on Friday was 26.12, so it's right there. And then the next low looking left is 25.20, and then 26.11. So for me, a 26 break would be pretty interesting. I'm going to stick an alert around 25.73. Wow. You know what? There's been a lot of short covering actually in Interactive brokers, because now there are 2.46 million shares available. The last time I looked, there were about 1.95. So there's been about half a million shares covered at Interactive Brokers anyway for GME. Guys, I'm out of the AEO, okay? I just don't have the faith it's going to move that much more down. So out of the AEO short, minor gain. Okay, guys. Well, breakdown now through 26. All right, guys. So yeah, Chris just verified that he will be taking over for me in our YouTube room at about 11:20. Sorry, 11:20. It's 11:20 now. In about 40 minutes. Okay. How best to use this room? No, not really. I mean, it's a free room. You can post your ideas, Spy Scalper. You can listen to me, of course. I'm just giving commentary all day long. I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. To point out opportunities that I see for me. If you want to follow along, great. If not, it doesn't meet your trading style or plan, you don't. But there's no real other than that. We just don't talk about how many shares we buy, how much money we made. But we've got a lot of posters, good traders in the room. You can kind of see what they're looking at. Yeah, just not seeing too much, guys. I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe I got a little jumpy on the AEO, maybe. But again, I'm interested to see what sort of patterns we get from these big guys in the afternoon. Once a lot of the froth is kind of settled down a bit. Yeah, I mean, look at donut. I mean, how ugly is it? I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, just really, for me anyway, just way too frothy looking. Not yet. Getting closer. I still have the. I'm looking right here at 2630, 2612. Looks really good now, though. I'm certainly not going to go big on it though, in terms of a short. Because you never know what could happen. So just can't believe how many shorts are available. Yeah, and I can see you're putting a longer, or like a bigger stop on it than I probably would. What did you say you were 27 something? 2730, yeah. Well, okay, I'm in. We'll see. I'm not going to put that wide a stop, but see what happens. I mean, the next low looking left in the weekly chart is 2520. So, I mean, it could stall there. So, I mean, I have a tighter stop than you. Okay. And in fact, yeah, so I've just taken a little bit off, okay, because I'm looking at this at 20. It's not that far away. I don't have the same faith that you do that it's going to get down to this level, but hey, but I hope to be proved wrong. I hope to be completely and utterly proved wrong. That 2520, if it takes it out in a big way, look out. I mean, that's the low of last week. So what I'm really looking for also in these ones, the large cappers, either on the way up or down. Some things are breaking out over the whole number or breaking down below the whole number, of course. Like, how about this FHN? But an FHN is actually, it must be because of this topping tail there or something because it's on the way up. Oh, GME, come on. It's right at last week's low. Good for you, Dak. A little more faith than I did, but I had a tighter stop. So, but so far that 25.20 is kind of holding it a little bit. So it got down to 25.15, and the low last week was 25.20. So takes out 25. I'd say look out below because that is a big psychological number. And then the week before that, that's 2 weeks ago. This is where it all kind of started. It was around $20, $20. So wow, 25 is such a big psychological number for it to try to hold for GME. Oh, I'm not trying to scare you out. I'm just, I mean, but you can see exactly what I'm saying. I mean, obviously, if it can take that low out, which it looks like it's trying to do in a big way of last week, and then get rid of that 25. Too expensive for me, Paradox, but Meta, I know some of you were, somebody mentioned Meta early. Wow. So this is on a, yeah, look at the SPY guys. Wow. I mean, I just have to, again, I'll put Nvidia up again. Just moving the SPY. Ooh, 25.96. Oh, sorry, 24.96. Yeah, this is getting more exciting. Building up steam. Building up some steam here, guys. And again, I'm watching to see, how many shares are available, how many are being snapped up now at Interactive Brokers. This is how many are available right now, 2.38 million to short. CELH, you guys were talking about that one. Let me take a look at CELH. Obviously, this would have been on I guess, on a pop, right? A bounce. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, this is now getting super. If you took this short, if you had shorts available, William, you must have had. I know you're not in it probably, but how many shorts available at Fidelity for GME? Zero. Or was it E Trade that had the shorts last week for you? I thought it was Fidelity that had a lot of. Yeah, wow, it's interesting. All right, guys. DXC is again kind of getting me interested again. I've already traded this twice for basically no gain both times. I have an alert set around 17:45. Let's see if it maybe later on in the day it just starts to just move and start to fill in this void a little bit anyway. Now, maybe keep an eye on this one, okay? SMLR. If it takes out the high right there, this could go on a run again. That is what 38.47 takes out that high right there, and of course another one that has a lot of room. Okay, well, I have taken most off, Dak. I don't have quite your resolve on it. And we got close to 24, and then it popped off that 24, 30 odd level. So, but again, I had a tighter stop than you did. So I'll hold on to a piece in case it takes out 25 again and moves down. But otherwise, I don't have very much left. Now, Novavax, guys, NVAX, look at this now. So this, of course, big move a couple of weeks ago. And right now, the low is 14, around 1481, look 1487 looking left. A lot of room looking left, over $1. Well, guys, I mean, this MLGO from our AI was pretty awesome, actually. I mean, there was the alert, 588 to short it. If you had shorts available, there were a lot of shorts at Interactive Brokers. Um, I was really looking at it right around here, and then it jumped up here to 574. I thought, I'll forget about it. And I really should not have taken my eye off this. And look at it now. I mean, that's a big percentage move now, 18% from that, from the alert. Yeah, I mean, listen, SMTC. I mean, it's got the room. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, obviously, but $47, it has the room, and Roth is putting another price target of $50, basically right back. So I think again, this is the CEO abruptly left. This is the guy had a difference with the board in quotations, okay, and so he was turfed. So this is the reason why it dropped. Oh, look at this, guys. Only one earnings play that it's making into my filter today, and that's Fuel Cell, FCEL. Not that I want it, but I mean, Earnings season will start again, and these two will get pretty interesting during earnings season. These large cappers, and we have another about 5 weeks before earnings season gets really rocking. So this was halted. KW, wow. Okay, this was halted on the way up. KWE, it's been all over the place today. Next high looking left is around 120, then 136. Where could it open? Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen that I'm displaying. There's your halt at 102. Potential open in this area on this column. So here we go. Secures a contract value at up to 48 million. I love these up tos. With Thales Canada. Not a Canadian. It is a Canadian company, okay? Headquartered in our capital, Ottawa. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, I will be taking a break. Just, I still have a little bit of the GME left, not much, just in case it does something crazy, though. On the way down, I've shorted this one, so wow. You know what? I almost was going to short this one, this SKYE, but it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. This was after the big pull up, but I guess the obesity play is capturing. I just want to see something. So they were already in this. So they had. I think William. I think you mentioned this. So they weren't just sort of a one trick pony with whatever eye disorder disease they were or drug they were trying to come up with. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Oh, so phase two. So they had already obviously done a phase one in their obesity trial. Okay, so they must have had this drug also. HKD. My goodness, is that showing up? HKD. I didn't think you played these ones, Paradox. I thought you were more of a larger capper. Always fun though to bring up a monthly chart for HKD for those who've never seen this one before. And yes, it's true. It's got up to $2,555, as Paradox says, in 2 days. This was back in yeah, August of 2022. So not quite 2 years ago. It's crazy. No reason. All right, let's see where QE opened up. KWE opened up. Yeah, I mean, this boy, you can see what it did also. You can see it got right into the 200-day moving average. See that blue line on my daily chart? Right into the 200-day moving average. So far, that has blocked it. The 200-day moving average, the number is 116. So far, that has blocked it. I think it got a penny. It got right to it. You can see exact got right into the 200-day moving average and stopped. Now, if it somehow takes that out, the next high is 125, 136. All right, guys, I'm just getting set to take my break. Chris usually shows up maybe about 5 2. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. I'll have different trading styles, so I think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube while I'm on my break. Today is Monday again, so Chris is in today, and we have 5 days of the week and 5 different traders who take over for me in our YouTube room. And there is the YouTube link. All right. Again, I have just a little bit of this GME left, just in case it wants to tear through 25 again. Boy, we haven't seen this one for a while. This U1. This used to be a super active one. U1. Ooh, GME. Okay, maybe. Now it breaks 24. I'll be very happy, but with what I have left, and if it breaks 24, then the next low is 2141. Yeah, 24. It's broken through 25 again. Could be. I mean, it's pretty interesting to me now, but yeah, I mean, if it approaches that 20 level, you probably get some buyers coming in. But it may have run its course for a while now. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement here. Chris is not in the room yet, but he'll be there pretty soon, I believe. So I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. Boy, this is so interesting. I mean, look at the Novavax now, guys. NVAX underneath 16 has about a not quite a dollar to the low, looking left. Didn't see this one coming. Look at RDW. I mean, what a run! Almost straight up from 520 to 570. Not a lot of volume. I think that's the reason I didn't see it earlier. Relative volume is just sneaking now into 3. Most of my scans has to be at least 3. The overall volume is not great, but it has certainly had a run. And the spread is excellent. Only a penny. Victoria's Secret. I know I didn't take this one. Too bad. That 19 break was really good. Still has about a dollar to the next low, looking left on the daily chart for VSCO. I think I heard a little rustle of paper. Chris? I think Chris might be there. He's not answering me yet. Well, maybe he's not quite there. There he is. Now I hear you. Okay. Chris is in our YouTube room now. Okay, guys. So I'm going to take my break. I'll put myself on mute now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can officially announce that Mr. Christopher Riley is in our YouTube room. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, we're hanging out over here. Doing all right. How about anything exciting in your world today?
Yeah. I mean, I know you don't want to hear about it, but GME.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I actually held that over the weekend, if you can believe it.
When I saw you post that earlier, I thought you were messing with me. And when I went to open the room and I saw you already had it open, I said, it all makes sense now.
Yeah, I actually got up about 3. Well, I didn't have it completely planned, but yeah, I got up at about 3:30 my time. I think I must have been thinking about it. What is it going to do? Will I wake up? Will it be 50, 40? Will it be 10?
That's why I was shocked when you said that.
Yeah. So anyway, and now I'm shorted. So we've been able to play it both ways.
As you said, great trading vehicle, right?
Oh yeah, that's all it is. I don't give I don't care about anything else. It's just a great trading vehicle right now. So
that's right.
Take advantage of it for me anyway. All right, my friend, I will let you go. And I always say it like that. I'll let myself go.
There you go.
You should stay there. You don't go anywhere.
Will do.
And okay, I'll see you in about an hour, Chris.
Take care, Barry. I'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to his break, more deservedly so than most days, I would say. 3:30 a.m. I don't know how he does it. I mean, I'm up at 4:45, 5 most days, and I'm shot by 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, anywho, here we are. We're rocking and rolling. It's Monday. It's June. I don't know about where everybody else is, but we've got some nice weather. I like trading in bull markets and nice weather. I don't know about everybody else. So anyways, with all of those things said, open forum as usual for this Q&A. I don't have anything particular planned. I do prefer it when you folks drive the content with your questions. They are what matters most to you. I can talk ad nauseum about anything, but I think it's best if you're all driving the content with your questions. Often the questions you have are similar to or exactly the same as questions other folks have. So I think that helps start a good dialogue between all of us. And as I also often say, selfishly, it makes me a little better at my job, providing support, troubleshooting the software around here for you and the like. Question on Nvidia. I know do not split. Is there a reason? Yeah, whoever's the underwriter of it, right? So, and those things have their own natural decay that are different. Stocks don't decay, where those kinds of funds that represent something like that, they have a decay. I don't have all the exact math and reasoning behind it, but essentially it's not the stock, even though it will trade in step with the stock for the most part. Now, it's not to say they may or may not adjust it at some point, but also the reason items like that exist is to have a trading vehicle at a lower price for those higher price stocks like that. So you're not going to see Hood, for example. You're not going to see a something that represents Hood at a lower price like that. Keep them coming. Keep those questions coming. So, all right. Until anything else rolls on in here, my relative strength from the open scan here got REPL having itself a series of days here going back. Let's see, that's Friday, Thursday. So Wednesday it got green. Let's drill on in a little bit here. Obviously, it's been in a downtrend, but it's having itself quite a set of days here. I mean, bounced off this $5 level and really just came like a rocket ship out of it, almost doubled at this point from that level. Continuing to have itself a day here. And what I find also interesting about this is even with that declining volume that we can see here on the chart, we're still kicking at a 6 relative volume at this point. So I find that pretty interesting. And sorry, my drawing tool's loading. 1.342 million shares traded on it today by the noon hour of Eastern Standard Time. This is daylight savings time, right? Sorry. So that's interesting like that there. The price going that way, volume going that way. You don't always see that, but all the same, certainly worth noting as it's having itself a day. L-Fly, interestingly enough that it's here, but a whole lot of noise on it. And this thing is, I talk in the past, I'm sure a few of you have been around when I've said it, that stocks can have personalities. This one shows us it likes its topping shadows here quite a bit. I would surmise if we scroll back some, we're going to see some more of that behavior. Yeah, we see quite a bit of that behavior. If we drill in and then scroll back, we can get a better sample size of it. Some of them bigger and smaller, but all the same. This really likes its topping shadows. This is the personality of that stock going back a few years here at this point. Yep, yeah, just more and more and more. Looks like IPO or a de-SPACing back here in winter of 2022 with that. So LFLY here, you know, not a pretty chart, at least intraday wise for me. I'm not overly interested in that. We talked REPL, MLGO. So this thing shot out like a cannon here, you know, putting in that topping shadow to match these topping shadows here. I mean, the liquidity on it is great at 14.6 million and 6.7 on that relative volume, more than less, but the volume continues to drop on it. Obviously, it's nothing compared to what that was back here. And it looks like Holly got short that here. So it's working on a pretty good short for Holly there as well. Amazingly enough, still up 7.8%. And again, folks, questions, please pop those in, right? Don't hesitate. Don't be shy, please. I prefer it when we're having a back and forth than me just talking at you folks. BNAI, it's kind of interesting here. So earnings back here a ways. Thing had been selling off. A little pop on the volume too. Kind of sideways-ish. So you got this level up above it here. Not a big float. 14 million in that float. 1.6 million traded on it today, but that's under its relative volume of 1. And again, you know, things like this, just tough traders, something like that to me. You know, sure, is it up? Is it kind of trending? Yeah, I guess, you know, if you looked at more line graph, but those are tough candles to, if you got a position in this and, you know, you get this move up and you get this move down, you get this move up and you get this move down, you get that spike right there and it gives it back up. You know, it's tough to trade something like that. Tough enough that it's not something I'd really be involved in personally. Not all charts, not all bullish charts are created equal. DSY, I have no idea what this is. It's either an IPO or a de-SPACed, I guess. You know, there's not a whole lot to comment on this one. You know, you got 1 day of chart before it, so you know there's no real relative volume to speak about. It is liquid though. I mean, you can always, liquid is liquid. 46 million shares is liquid, that's for sure as can be, right? But anyways, not something I'd be again overly interested in. Seen a lot of this today, right? And I think this is a good representation of what we've seen in the market after we made these past all-time highs. We'll wrap this up in another chart or two here, and then maybe we'll move to a little market shot. GERN, again, more of the same with this choppiness. It's a big float in this, though, 500 million on that float, and it's a low-price stock. So this isn't, you know, not going to be a dynamic mover, that's for sure. I got to say, you know, 500 million in the float, up just shy of 9%, good for 41 cents. So you know, can't exactly snub your nose at that. And JMIA to round things out, another good size float, 100 million in that float. I believe it's pharmaceutical, maybe not. I thought it was pharmaceutical. No, I was wrong. Sorry. I don't know why. Maybe something else is similar to this. That's a pharma company. But I thought it was a German pharmaceutical company. Clearly not the case. And again, you know, in a long-term downtrend. But anyway, it's having itself a day today. This is a much nicer looking chart intraday wise here. Much nicer looking chart intraday wise here. 850 level looks like it's a bit of a bear. We got it, you know, topping shadows, bottoming shadow, kind of fighting around this area now. So only time will tell what and where that is headed. All right, so kind of blasted on through that. Some of the items that are coming through here we've already talked about too, but let's just hit IE real quick. I see it, you know, second place. REPL we talked about already. All right, you know, kind of interesting. Big moves already been made in it. I don't know how much more it's going to have left in it. You know, up just shy of 20% and good for $1.81 on a what started the day as sub $10 stock, bumping its head against that $11 range. But you know, the daily chart does have a little room to the top of this candle here towards that $12 range. You know, I don't know that's likely to do that today, but there we are nevertheless. 850,000 shares traded on it with a relative volume of 5. So the thing is okay on the liquidity, doing all right on the volume. And we can see, you know, if I could draw better, that would probably be great, right? I guess not today. I don't have a steady hand. I think hopefully you can see what I'm trying to illustrate through here with this on the volume here. We've been up above a little bit recently of where it has been, especially through back here and here. Much more anemic stuff earlier in the spring and back through the winter. So that's, I guess we'll call it the short and skinny on what was happening there and the relative strength from the open. Maybe take a little bit of a market dive around here real quick. You know, we talked about a little bit of chop in some of these stocks. We talked about a little bit of chop again in the market. This hasn't been a clean liftoff. 2 new all-time highs. So, you know, we put in all-time highs back here in March, and then, you know, April we started to get the sell-off. Remember, it's all over. It's a bull run in a bear market, even though we made new highs. We still have individual folks calling it a bull run in a bear market. Kind of strange, but it is what it is. And, you know, it was a grind higher into new all-time highs and a pullback. And we poked another new all-time high on Friday again. We closed last week at a all-time high closing. We didn't close on all-time highs, if that makes sense. You're following there. But, you know, this grind into it and then a sell-off and a grind back into it and then a few days sideways again. So, you know, it's a strange thing when we're sitting up here in the nosebleeds of all-time highs and we're grinding and chopping around like that, in the sense of, you know, it's tough to find more than a handful of stocks that are really kind of just trending up at this point. Not that they don't exist, but there aren't a lot of clean charts intraday wise currently right now. So, you know, I do love the saying in trading that a rising tide lifts all boats, meaning that, you know, when we are in these bull runs, you know, for the most part, stocks are up, you know, across the board. But there's other times the charts look cleaner than others, because it's never easy, right? Never easy. Let me take a look. Let me get rid of that drawing on there. And so, you know, we always keep in mind the SPY is tech heavy. I believe healthcare is second largest holdings in the S&P. Don't shoot me if I'm wrong. Just let me know. Qs are all about the tech. Come on, chart. I know you want to load. There you go. And, you know, much of the same here, right? Although I'd say got a little bit more sideways action here. And the sell-off and a chop and a grind higher. Really just a chop again. Like I said, again, all-time highs, but it ain't the prettiest all-time highs. At least not by my eyes. Getting the zoom gives another perspective, I think, too, though. So here we are through this, bear market that started here, depending on who you talk to, what you believe about market breadth and averages and all that. There's people that will tell you the bear market really started here, even though we were at all-time highs back there, because the market breadth underneath deteriorated and the indexes followed very quickly. The dead cat bounce here, and then that was a bull run in a bear market before bottoming out here in November 2022, which then led to an epic first half bull run last year that set records. But if we really look and we really drill down, I think it's important to note things like this, right? So we start off the year, that's just a pretty good run right there, right off the year. Almost no red days at the beginning of last year. And we chop pretty good. We chop higher and run sideways. And we chop higher, right? And we chop higher. A pretty good chop on that one. Chop around. And then, the second half story of last year, kind of chopping lower right up until October before we shot back out of that cannon. That's right here. So it's important to note how closely a lot of the stocks we're trying to trade truly follow the indexes that they're a part of. DJT have more juice in it to the downside. I don't know. We look at the chart, of course. DJT, what is that? DJT, what are you? Oh, Trump Media Technology Group. Oh, so this is a social media stuff. If it gives up that $40, I'm not going to look too great for it, right? It seems like a pretty big level right here. Does it cut itself in half all the way down to here? I don't know. Does it cut itself down into here, about a quarter of the way? Those are the two levels I'd be looking at right now to the downside. If it can break this, I think, that's a pretty important level. Let me get a line on there. Yeah, look how much prices love this level. Up and through it, just hanging around, touching it, bouncing. More of the same underneath and back through it. And kind of a bounce here on it and right back on it there. So I think that's a pretty decent line in the sand to give us an if-then statement. For myself anyways, if it can hold this, then there's a chance it does this. If it fails that, then there's a chance it does this or this. I think those are two likely if-then scenarios. You may even like this level to the downside. Don't forget that a lot of these things, these stocks, just stocks in general, you'd see them give a poke underneath too to kind of shake out folks who and whatever are behind driving price action on any stock, especially when you have bigger players at the table. It's not uncommon to see them come below an area that most everybody's going to be looking at, shake it out, and then bring it higher. And on the flip side too, if you had something that was, breaking out maybe, and you've got people that want to be short it instead, it's not uncommon to see it come poke through what a lot of people will be looking at a breakout level, only to see those larger players come back in and bring it right back underneath too. So long story long, convoluted answer as always, because, obviously I'm not going to tell you, yeah, it's a short, yeah, it's a buy. I'm never going to say those things. I think that's a good line in the sand to have an if-then statement in. Other people may look at it and think there's a better or different line. But, yeah. Diagnosis GME short working. GME. I haven't even looked at the chart today. Let's take a look here. Yeah, they got it under that 25 level now. And again, I'm looking at that level. I'm guessing that's 25 bucks. I'm gonna draw a line right here. Just kind of, come on. Just kind of looking at that here. Bouncing around that, and it's starting to break down a little bit. Again, could it break down and then do that? Sure, why not? Could it just break down? Also, sure, why not, right? The only thing I know for sure about this stock, it has made a very popular trading vehicle. For some folks, great. For some folks, not so great. Never a bigger case of how important risk management is, though, on stocks like this, right? Having that plan to exit, whether you're on the right side or wrong side of the price with the position you put on. So yeah, good. If you're short it and it's working, awesome, good to hear. Always like to see people making money. Oh, yeah, it's gonna jump. Yeah, and people with questions, if you have questions, folks, or whatever, throw them in here. I'm just kind of jump around some indexes and sectors and stuff like that, I guess, real quick. So diamonds, we did the SPY and the Qs. Why not turn our attention to some diamonds here? So not participating like all the rest here. Everything else near all-time highs. It did it here and here, actually. It did it more recently than the Qs and the SPY. And now it's hanging around down here. But, a lot of the story that we've kind of gone over. Chop, 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 right? A lot of chopping around. So, alrighty. Is there a way to send scan alerts to mobile phone or personal Discord room via webhook? No, there is not. Best you can do is the SMS system that we have. It's limited, but it exists. You might try a workaround of putting the same alert window into the SMS system if you want more alerts from it, and just start them a minute or three apart. Each link of the alert you put in there, that might be a workaround to get a few more alerts instead of the 20-minute 20-minute limit that it causes or has or whatever. Sorry, just trying to find a link here to the SMS system. So that link should help you get there. It's accessed through the account management page. So like if you're here on any of our web pages, where the login is, go there and look for email, SMS, and you can do that in there like that. And that's how that works. And the rest of the instructions are right there in that user's guide that I sent off over for you. Should be fairly straightforward. It's really just getting the collab link string in there, naming it, turning it on, and making sure you have it looking at the right email and or SMS number. No, alert windows only. Only alert windows. Sorry to say. All right, so that's the story in the diamonds. A little more chop. I don't know. Or, This nice move up, a consolidation before another nice move up. Either one of those sides is arguable for. Only time will tell. Is there any way I can do? Sure, I can share my layout, but I just always tell people this. Remember, I made this layout for me and my trading, so I have a trading plan that's behind everything on here. I have a reason that everything's on here. So, I'm happy to share it. Just, keep that in mind that there's nothing magic about my layout. But give me a second here. There's also some symbol lists that are involved in my layout, and they will not translate to yours. My like symbol list, that's not going to translate to you, things like that. But this is a cloud link to that layout, and you are welcome to use it any which way you see fit, and that goes for anyone else as well. Where was I? Oh, IWMs. Let's jump into the IWMs. Representing the Russell 2000 small caps. And wow, just that popped right onto my brain right there. I feel like that's kind of a big deal. Let's see what happens though. A little bit of head and shoulders action. Still, trend intact for now, but I feel like it would be real good for the small cap bulls to defend that 200 level. Big picture, this thing hasn't gone anywhere in a really long time. And it's always fun when you zoom out how the picture changes, right? Could we have a smiley face on our way? Maybe. Let's see. Time will tell. But I mean, look at this range for how long. And, if that wasn't good enough, we're stuck in this range up here. That was the former nosebleed seats for it. Stuck in that range up there for a long time. So, your IWMs. If you click the link, you should get it. If you copy that link, file, load from cloud, and that link, once you've copied it, it should just load right into here. Or you may have to paste it in here and then press load, but it exists 100% for sure. Can you have the symbols list? I mean, it's my like symbols here. There's nothing to them. They just random symbols that I like testing stuff, honestly, Michael. So, some of them are held over for various reasons and testing of whatever I've done. I just left it like that so I can have something to display. I don't really use it. I don't know, SATS. I have no idea what this is. I'll be honest. So, I mean, I'm not going to, there's no point to sharing it, honestly, because there's nothing here. There's nothing of value for me to share. I have no idea why I like this. GCT. I like this probably back here at the end of last year or something like this. I don't even know what we have here. MGNI. That's an interesting chart, actually. Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, had this fall here. It was $15. It's kind of in that gap, but maybe topping out a little bit here. So I guess you call it interesting to the short side too, or the long side, I suppose. What do we got here? ARRC. Oh, actually, I own this stock. I own a lot of the stock in my 401k for the dividend, but I own this stock from like a long time ago. I probably own this stock from like, gee whiz, hold on. I didn't zoom out enough. I probably own the stock somewhere back down here where I've bought into it a bunch. I think it's probably back here. Gee, I don't even know anymore. Anyways, yeah, that's a stock. I do happen to own it. I don't know why it's on my liked list. Who knows? It just, pays a healthy dividend percent anyways. Worked. All right. Perfect. So yes, there's just not a whole lot in there as far as that goes for the symbols list. The rest is like, I just put this 10-day daily breakout race here because, 10-day daily breakout is a popular scanner of bears. I figured I'd turn it into a race because I like the races. Relative strength stuff here. So, short and skinny on all that. The other one, I don't know. I have a sector watch list here, but I think this might now be attached. I think I might have attached this to the public one, actually. So they're the same list. It was just one was on my personal whatever, and then I made a public one so I could share its symbols list. Sector analysis. Now this is on the personal one still. So, but you could switch it from the personal one and have the same list that I have. If you go to add existing list, scroll down to, let's see, sector analysis users guide. If you add that one and put a check mark in it, you'll have the same, this will populate the same as what I got here on, what I have here on my sector watch list here. So I guess that's a good segue into the sectors. TAN continues to be a little bit resilient here. Looked like it was going to sell right off. Come on. So, topped out and looked like it was really coming down here. Bounced at that 45 level again. So, maybe the solars can get some legs finally after like 3 years of getting hammered. Sorry, just taking that long-term look here. I mean, yeah, back here right at the beginning of 2021, just every time it rallies, it gets sold. So, I mean, right now, that's the trend to happen. But you can't believe that solar's going away. I mean, it's not the dodo bird here. At some point, you got to believe the technology continues to improve, and that's not an investment thesis or anything like that. Just kind of a look on technology and the fact that sunlight's pretty abundant. Figuring someone's going to make it work a little more efficiently at some point. UNG, has this thing come off the mat at all, or is it just still getting pummeled? All right. I mean, after getting absolutely shellacked for a couple of years here, a little bit of life off the mat there. XOP. Yeah, that wasn't what I was expecting. Last time I looked at this chart, it was back here again, and I thought, well, maybe it's got a shot at, doing something, but so far, not so much on these here, but we'll see. Kind of painting itself into a corner here. Got to break down or break out. Doesn't have to do either one of those, of course. Uranium was a strong player for a while here. Grinding its way since this time last, well, not even, because we're well past April now. Good. It's hard to believe it's June. I don't know about anybody else. But sell off and then trying to grind back up above that. We'll see. We'll see. You know what I want to do? What are our strongest sectors on the year here, right? So semiconductors, I'm going to look at it through the SMH instead of the SOXX. It's looking real healthy right now. That's looking real healthy right now. Start this week off anyways. Vanguard here, this is going to be their information and tech. It's not exactly representing a massive part of the market, but all the same, thing is still chugging along in just the technology sector in the XLK. Hanging out up here looking pretty strong as well. It's communications here, VOX. Also looking all right here so far. The trend is intact. Some more communications here. More or less the same boat. Maybe a little nicer looking. I don't know. Maybe not. Speaking of boats. Boat. I don't know why I have this on here. This thing doesn't trade at all. But anyways, interesting to look at. Your consumer staples. It's a bigger picture look on this, though. Look how long this thing hasn't gone anywhere for. I knew it was something like that. I couldn't remember what it was. We can even draw a box within that box, right? So, I mean, you got two ranges that's kind of in. It's really kind of coiled into a tighter range right now again. Consumer staples. Again, folks, anybody have questions, please, pop those in here for me. I'm happy to go over some sectors and things like this, but I also don't want to bore anybody to death either. So healthcare, I'm pretty sure this makes up the second largest holding in the S&P, but don't shoot me if I'm wrong. Just tell me. I don't want to be shot. It's not fun. XLV. Another one. I mean, just hasn't gone anywhere in so long. Look, it's September of 2021. Here we come out of COVID and just, really move up, and then, just slightly taking that out recently. Is it setting up for a breakout? Is it ready? What do you think? What do you guys think? Can't make up my mind. Some more of some medical devices, I think. No, this is just a healthcare ETF. IYH. A lot more of the same. Just hasn't gone anywhere for a long time. It looks like it's gone somewhere. We come in, it's like, oh yeah, look at this thing, how it rallied, right? Yeah, but rallied as compared to what? For me, for my day trading, the VWAP and an 8 EMA on 5-minute charts and 3-minute charts. I really haven't day traded in. I got to be going on 5.5 months. I haven't day traded since the very beginning of the year. I just my tasks here at Trade Ideas just don't allow me to really focus on day trading anymore. I've really gone back to full swing trading at this point. But those are the two I like: VWAP and the 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart and a 3-minute chart. XLF, this is going to be your financial sector. A lot of people banging on this over the last 5 or 6 days here. And again, the big picture. It's an interesting big picture, right? an interesting big picture right there. That's just an interesting big picture there. Do we fail it? Are we just going to chop? Can it break on out here? What's it going to do? What's it going to do? Look at the volume too. You know, all this volume here, all through here. Very anemic now. You know what's cool about this volume here is, I don't think most people, did everybody know why this was so heavily traded through here? Maybe someone's got the answer out there. Republic, First Republic Bank, right? Remember, the whole financial system was collapsing again. It was all over. We're dead. Bank runs, Black Plague, hide your mom in the basement for safety, whatever it was going on. The whole thing was collapsing. A bank that is like worth 1/1000th of Apple was going to collapse us all. Yeah, no. Anyways, so it's just one of the greatest please stop reading headlines moments ever. Because I mean, if you were really paying attention through the headlines here, you thought the whole financial system was going to collapse again, and that was clearly not the case. The Utes. What exactly is a Ute? Utilities. A lot of people that are bearish because the Utes rallied. Usually see us as a flight to safety here. I gotta say, you got beat up pretty good for a while here. Broke that downtrend. Let's see where they head to now. Hello, can we filter stocks above the 20 and 50-day moving average on daily or weekly time frames? Daily, yes. Weekly, no. So if you right click, come into the configure any scan, and you go ahead and type SMA. You can get all the SMAs. Let's widen this out so we can see well here. We don't have to do too much scrolling. And you've got your 50 SMA here. Oops, that's not great. You got your 50 SMA here and a percent. There's bars also. You got the same for 20. So day. So you got both of those, but no weekly one. Sorry to say, my friend. Yeah, Michael. I used to watch so much financial news and stuff like that before I was really even got into really trading or anything like that. And at some point in the last, 10 years or whatever it was, 8 years, give or take, just turn the news off. I don't want to watch anything. Charts can tell me the story. There was, back to the, that XLF chart here. They were weak. That's all I needed to know, is they were weak. Grocery stores were still running. Trains and taxis were still running. So there was no panic in the street for me. I have an idea to alert when stock pulls back to moving average 8, but stock is overall above. What you could do, just to do this on a top list here, you say moving average 8, I'm guessing you mean an 8 SMA. I know we have an 8 SMA, but I don't know if we have one on a daily time frame or not. Yeah, we do, as a matter of fact. So you could, add this filter. And we can say that it's, if we want to say it's near it, that it's pulled back, maybe we want to be like maybe minus 0.1. So it's just maybe underneath it and maybe 0.5 above it max, right? We can then say if we want to see it a little more extended to the upside on the 20, we can add that filter and say it's got to be at least maybe, I don't know, 1% above the 20. And we could add the 50. And we could tell it maybe 0.75 above the 50. I don't know, I'm kind of just spitballing some ideas right here. Throw a price range on this thing. I don't know, put a $5 floor on it, traded, 550,000 shares on the day. Just, get some numbers in there for scanning's sake. I don't know if I'd call it the standard moving average. It's simple moving average. Sorry. Simple SMA is simple moving average. It's, taking all the numbers and then dividing it by the amount of numbers there are. Anyway, so, we'd have, some stocks that look like this here. So, I mean, I believe, Raj, this is what you're asking for here. But correct me if I'm wrong. I could even share a cloud link to this, and you can use it as a jumping point for whatever you're trying to do. You want to tweak it in any way. We'll call it for Raj in support web. You press OK. I can save and share it. And I would just say anybody that takes this, please, 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 please save it to your cloud right this second. Don't wait. Save it to your cloud. I go through and I delete things in my cloud that I do not use every, I don't know, it could be 10 days, could be 30 days, but every so often I go through, and if it's not a scan I use, I purge it from my cloud to try to kind of keep things organized around here. So on my swing trading, I'm really just price volume, and I like this indicator that's on my daily chart here. So I'm looking at it's called a MP, multi-period low. MP stands for multi-period low, and I'm using a 20 on that. So it's 20-day lows. And I like to find things that are in uptrends and not too far away from this here. I actually have a scan that's built around it. Happy to share it. I'll share that as a matter of fact right now. There's that scan. And I really just kind of use it towards the end of the day / in the late evenings, early mornings, and go through things that are of interest. So I start to rip through all these charts, kind of yes, no, I'm interested, I'm not interested kind of stuff. So this, the chart itself is interesting, 335 million in that float. Thing doesn't exactly move dynamically, but, we don't always get markets with dynamic movers, but all the same, that's the kind of chart that I like to see right here. I mean, this thing is in a, beautiful uptrend, even if you want to, uptrend here, an uptrend here, an uptrend here, right? We're right at that level. It's at $40 level, coming up above that. That's the kind of thing that I like right there to see. Those are the kind of charts I like for my swing trading. We're in an uptrend. We're consolidating a little bit. DHR. Not as much. It's a little extended off of that right now. A bit of a downtrend on that. Not as I wouldn't be as excited about something like that. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at, and I go through all these symbols like this. Again, got an uptrend, big float on. It's not a dynamic mover. It's funny. Come back to this one again. I happen to own this, but I own it for dividends in my 401k, and I just, anyways. MO, smoke them if you got them, right? No, I don't know. Not exactly in the uptrend that I'd be looking for here. Same thing. Kind of tough findings here on that one. Sorry, got distracted for a second. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Kind of like that chart, other than that 65 head wall over it. So those are the kind of things I look for there. I have another scan also here. I'll show you another scan for my swing trading. There's not a whole lot else coming in for question wise, so let's call this one my evening scan. Let's get rid of that. And also, excuse me, seem to have lost my window. I got it back. All right, here we go. So let me share the scan first, and then I can kind of go over what I do with it. So there's my evening scan. And what I've got going on here is looking for stocks that are possibly breaking out over 20 days and closing strong on the day today. So again, I look at this towards the end of the day. They got to be above $11, traded 750,000 shares on the day with a relative volume of 1. 75% above the low of the 20 days, 75% above the low of today. I'm kind of trying to find stuff that's, kind of horseshoeing up. Is Ford doing that? Let's take a look. What are you doing, Ford? No, Ford is absolutely not a chart that I like at all. CRK, how about you? I like this. I like that it's kind of broken out of this here, but it's gotten a little bit ahead of that. We got some overhead resistance right there, but it's a constructive chart for sure. We got, a couple of days bouncing like this, and the MP low catches up a little bit. A little bit of room up to that. DO, Diamond Offshore Drilling. How do I know that? I've traded this stock so many times. I like that. That's the kind of move that I'm looking for right there. Got some room up there. You can get 16 and claim that. I like that. They're the kind of things that I'm looking for in this here. IRT. Right, that's a trust. I forgot that. Kindred Morgan. So one thing I want to note about these two scans that I just started going over that I think is really important to note is these also kind of help define some themes. And I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but the theme on basically everything in these scans right now is all kind of larger cap, larger float stuff right now that are the charts that are up the most recently. We're not seeing much on the small caps at all coming through this, or lower float stocks. So I guess in a sense, I let these scans dictate a little bit, not dictate, but tell me where the larger players in the market look to be right now, or what's driving the market right now. And, if we look at the indexes and we look at the sectors, we can clearly see that the small caps are not driving anything in the market right now whatsoever. So, the other thing that I would look at with things like this, or in that sense, is, is it predominantly energy coming through? Is it predominantly software? Is it predominantly healthcare that's coming through? Is it retail that's coming through, right? And that'll usually coincide with sectors that have been doing well in the last several days, solar, so on and so forth, like that. So seen actually good amount of energy in these, right? Energy. I just happen to, I trade a lot of energy stocks. I'm sorry, that's not energy. I thought it was high peak. Hewlett Packard, actually. So, those are things that I'm definitely looking at and paying attention to. And you've got that much going on one theme in a scan. Holy mackerel. Look at the time. I didn't realize it was that time already. REPL still grinding away here, but what does it look like now? Sorry, we started the session with that chart. I'm curious what it's done now. I see come across the 10-day daily breakout. All right, so the thing is kind of curled over. Is it done? Your guess is as good as mine. But interesting nonetheless. Can hold 9 and then maybe it bounces back up over. I would just note the volume on this, right? Yeah, that kind of increased volume, but we're decreasing there. And another increase in volume while we're still moving down. So SMR. Why do you sound so familiar? Oh, that's why. I was doing some crazy stuff back here. And anybody, come on, last minute questions here. Hit me up. RSP, that's your equally weighted 500, S&P 500, excuse me.
How many home runs will Aaron Judge get this year?
Let's see, he's like 24 now. That's on pace for 58. He started off
so slow.
As bad as, I was at a lot of games earlier in the spring, and he was batting like 171 when
I know.
I just couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's up over 300. So I think as the weather cools and stuff like that into September, I'd say we could, I wouldn't be surprised to see 45 to 55.
Okay. Well, you wanted a question, so
listen, that's as good as any question I could be asked.
That was my question. We should be doing sports talk radio. I can handle the hockey and American football.
American football real well. If we do American football from about 1989 to 2002, I'm great. Okay. After that, not so much.
Okay, well, I got you covered then for the last 20 years.
Perfect.
All the hockey and baseball. I think we're good.
We're good. Yep.
Let's do it. How much can we charge a month?
I think we start at a basement price of a $6.99 a month subscription. And
$6.99 or $699 for the.
No, $6.99. We started very affordable, like all the rest,
okay.
And then we get them hooked and jack it up from there because they can't live without us.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's you and I talk after the markets close, and we'll get it in motion. Okay.
Fair enough. I mean, we both have the perfect faces for radio.
Oh yeah. All right, Chris. I'll take over now. Thanks so much for spelling me for the hour.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You got it, my friend.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. You have a great rest of the week. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. Just give me one moment as I launch my music. Come on. I'm having a tough time just getting that thing eyeball. There we go. All right. Now, Dak, you so far have been a star on the GME. Now it's popped a little bit here. Of course, our stops were radically different. I had about a 30-cent stop, which was really, probably obviously in a stock like that, probably a little too tight. But, I was in at what, 25.70, and I didn't want to see it get over 26. So that's why I was taking some off. But man, I mean, this has been a nice, nice move down. Now, I don't have very much left. I'm actually looking to see if I can get back down to the 20 level. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. And then who knows? Maybe this starts again for a bit. So I'm going to. In fact, that's what I better do. Just stick an alert around 21. See if it gets close to 21. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe today. I don't know. The Apple event is at 1 o'clock. Okay. Let's take a look at Apple. What are they doing? What are they talking about today? Kicks off the annual developer conference with AI in focus. Okay. That Perry, I've got that thing thumbnail, PERI, and this is a really interesting little break now again. I know it's down 31%. This is a not quite a lifetime low. I don't know where the lifetime low would be, and I have to go look at a monthly chart, but this is, who knows? Maybe this will just keep going down now. By turning just a little bit, and I almost can guarantee that Nvidia will be doing exactly the same, driving the SPY. Not quite. There's only one red bar. Not quite then. There's a red bar here, but there's two red bars on the SPY. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to use this cloud here, guys, this little cloud formation. So the TNDM as an example, of course, in a big downtrend, comes into this cloud. And will that be enough to stop it and then move down again? I'm going to take a trade on that. I'd have to put the stop probably, that is the 12 EMA on top, and that's the 5 EMA on the bottom. And again, if you want this little cloud pictorial, you have to have the latest beta, which is on our website now, homepage now. Oh, you're out of the GME short. Okay. Okay. Well, this looks interesting, this SMLR now. I mean, it broke down through that little cloud. You know what I'm going to have to do though is I want to put that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart also and see how it corresponds. And what color to use? How about blue? And I'm honestly just trying to, figure out, is this cloud really that much different from the 10 SMA? I'm gonna ask Steve. Okay, guys. Well, this has been a rather blah. Spies up a little, Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little. So, is there a way to specify the block trade into a dollar value? Well, not easily, but maybe there's a custom that can do it. Um, okay, so the block trade, you're going to have a minimum, of course. What is it? 25,000 shares, I think. Well, how do we do that? Because you'd want to multiply that by the price, the current price, but the quality column will give you the actual number, and I'm not sure you can take the quality. Not sure you can take the quality and then multiply that by the price, but let me see, maybe to create a custom formula. So let me just see if we've got a data point for quality. I don't think we do, but let me just see. Maybe Pepe knows. I just don't think it can point to the quality, but let me just check one more thing, okay? I mean, I'm almost positive you can't, but yeah. So unless I'm missing something, I don't see where there's a way you can do it because Oops. Because I actually have, let me see if I have, I think I used to have a block trade. I don't use it ever, but I think, okay, block trade. And if I load it, yeah, so you notice we've got the quality, okay? So that was 500,000 shares, but I don't think there's, and here's the price. I don't think there's any way that we can point to that number, okay? Now, you see, I don't think there's, yeah, I don't think there's any way we can point to that number that's in this quality column and then multiply by the price. Yeah, so Pepe is saying the same thing. If anybody would know, it'd be him. So there's no way to do it, Raj, unfortunately. He wanted to know if you could have a dollar value instead of just the number of shares. So there's no way we can do it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I traded DXE twice for no gain. I traded AEO for a minor gain. And then, of course, I had my GME that I held over the weekend that I got out in the pre-market, and then this GME short. That's it for me. Now, I could have, got into other ones, but I unfortunately I didn't get into some of the other ones that would have worked not too bad, especially the MLGO. I mean, I looked at that hard and fast right around this area, and there were a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this. This was would have been awesome. But now what I'm going to look at, I want to see if sort of turning into my favorite time right now to take a look at these and see if there's these, meaning the large caps, losers and gainers, to see if there's any more of a trend pattern that we can get for the balance of the day after all the stuff happens in the morning, and maybe they can settle down a little bit and then just have a nice trend. Alejandro, you can ask me. I'll see if I can help you. I don't use the anchored VWAP, but go ahead. I'm talking to Alejandro in our YouTube room. Are you talking about the add-on, the anchored VWAP add-on that we've got, or are you talking about something else? Unfortunately, I'm not a user of the anchored VWAP, but I'll do the best I can. So you're talking about the add-on then? You're talking about the I'm sorry, in the channel bar, doc channel bar. So you're talking about this, the anchored VWAP right here? Okay, that's what you're talking about, right? This? Okay. If you click on the add on it, it appears Hassie by default. Is that a problem? If okay, so I'll change it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this showed up as not Hassie, but is that a problem that it shows up as Hassie as default? So now I just changed it to AZEK. These are the year. I mean, these are the different anchored VWAPs you can have. So some of these are pretty interesting. Seeing whether or not these hold the support. The ticker in my hmm. So let me make sure I can understand what you see I'm doing. Can you not do the same thing? And you see what I'm doing. All I'm doing, I'm just clicking on the alert. So you cannot do that. So this is not so, but you can get to the channel. You can get to the channel, and you're saying HASI appears, HASI appears. Give me one moment. So I'm trying to figure out what is happening with you. The ticker in your what does CP mean? The anchored VWAP disappears. What do you mean by CP? The ticker in my CP software? I don't understand what you mean by that. So again, let's start off. So when you load it, you can see. I think the default is the year-to-date anchored VWAP, and then anchored VWAP from Big Gap. You can see these symbols. Okay, so that's Steve's deal, the 10 SMA and the 130 SMA. Okay, so here is Hassie. Okay, so okay, if you change the you change the symbol because it's the purple line, right? That's the purple line is the key line. I mean, I guess there's this up here, but I don't honestly know what that is. Maybe that is the I don't know what that orange line is, but the purple line is the anchored VWAP. So you're saying you're not getting the purple line when you're changing. When you're clicking on a symbol, you're not getting the purple line. Is that correct? I shouldn't ask too many questions at the same time. So the settings are gone if you change. Wow. Hmm. How can they be gone? These are just by default, these lines get certainly the purple line. Again, I'm not sure what the orange line is. I don't know what that orange line is. Unfortunately, because we don't have it up here. But the purple line is the anchored VWAP. And guys, I'm talking to Alejandro in our YouTube room. Why would the purple line disappear? Why would you not be getting it? And you are connected, right? I mean, I have to ask some obvious questions, but you have a green ball. What version are you on? I suppose that could be it, but I think if you have the anchored, but but you are a subscriber, so you're paying the extra, the $49 a month add-on. You are paying the $49 a month add-on. Okay. All right. So that's a for sure. Okay. Now, Pepe is asking you, what version are you on? I don't think it shouldn't matter. I mean, if you have this, if you have access, but maybe it matters. I don't know. The last version. Okay. Can you just click on help and about? I'm sorry, help and about in the toolbar. Click on help and about, and I'm on a development version, so it's not going to be that. But is it the last production version? But if you know what, if it's from our if it's from our home page, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're on the beta or the production version from our home page. It should not matter. Why wouldn't the line not be drawn? Okay, so you're definitely on the latest. Okay, well, let me try to figure something out. It's gonna. I really don't know the why. Give me one moment. Now, are you using? No, use browser interface. It shouldn't matter though. Yeah, it shouldn't matter whether you're using the browser interface. Just out of curiosity, when you right click on the chart within the Anchor to View app channel, is use browser interface checked or unchecked? But it shouldn't matter because when it's unchecked, here's that purple line. But just out of curiosity, is use browser interface checked? And that's just right click on the chart, and then there's an option down here. I mean, it shouldn't matter, okay? But I'm just out of curiosity. The default appears to be use browser interface when you click on that channel. And as far as the anchors are concerned, doing it manually. Of course, I can't even remember how to do it manually. I don't. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't use. The heck is it? Oh, it's here. Okay, so there's the anchor. Okay, so I was able to add it. I was able to add it. I just did it there. I mean, now again, this is the browser-based version of the charts, okay? And I clicked on the anchor, and I just picked a point and it drew it. So I know it works for me anyway. So let me get you a new one here. But the bottom line is, why doesn't this show up? Why would it not show up for you? So again, can you? Oh, it does have a check. You're saying okay when you say that check. So you are using the browser interface. Okay, that's what you meant by it has a check. Now, if you type, what if you type in a symbol, just out of curiosity? If you type in a symbol, but it's interesting because mine does not have that. Well, it depends. Maybe it depends on. Whoops. You see, it's interesting, Alejandro. I don't have what you're having because you're saying you have the 130 and the 10 SMA, and I don't have that on not in the channel anyway. I don't have that. I have to figure what is this one? What is the orange line? Geez, the little box doesn't pop up. I'm just looking to see where I can't even get the box to pop up. That shows, the what the cloud, what the different cloud settings are on the different candles, or the cloud settings, the different settings are on the candles. But isn't this the anchor to VWAP, Pepe? Isn't that it? Isn't that the anchor to VWAP? That purple line? Otherwise, what's the point of having that? I mean, it's supposed to draw the anchor to VWAP automatically. Okay, so you're right. Okay, so those are okay. Well, we're getting some. Thank you. We're getting somewhere, Alejandro. Okay, so I was wrong. I thought I felt for sure that that purple line was going to be the anchored VWAP, but so those are the 10. Let me see what is what. Okay, so that's the 130, and this is the 10. Okay, so on mine then, the anchored VWAP doesn't appear to be drawn. Well, just a minute though. I mean, because that must be a bug then, because this should be well. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. Ah, you're right. Okay. So, okay, Alejandro, there must be a bug here. Okay, there's got to be a bug here. This is the anchored VWAP. Okay, right there. That is the 130 SMA. That's the 10 SMA, the orange line. That is the anchored VWAP right there. That kind of purplish line. Okay. But what's happening, and so as Pepe said, when you first open the channel, it appears. But, and for whatever reason, Target appeared for me, TGT. But yeah, when I click on, so that's a bug as far as I'm concerned. Would you agree, Pepe? Okay, thank you. All right. So there's nothing for you to do, Alejandro. I will contact our developers and say, hey, listen, there's a bug with the anchored VWAP. Give me a moment. Okay, Alejandro. Yeah. So I'm just, thanks for pointing that out. Again, it's something I don't really use. So I wouldn't have known that. But, and I want Chris to come into the room if he can, because I would just want to demonstrate to him so then he can write up what we call a ticket for it and get the developers to take a look at that, because that's the whole idea, is to be able to click on an alert and have that anchored VWAP show up. Of course, that's what you're paying for. But that is weird that, yeah, when you click, now I understand. So for whatever reason, Hassie is showing up for you. And when I do it, Target shows up for me. So I might have been, I don't know, it might have been the last one, but yeah. And you're on, okay, you're on 5.6.88. Let's see if I get an answer, okay? Well, it won't be a quick fix. I don't think it's like that, but I just need the confirmation that somebody is seeing what I'm posting. Okay. So Chris will show up. I just want to demonstrate for him because he's the one who creates the tickets, okay, for the developers. So he'll just let me know when he can see my screen. I'll demonstrate to him, and then it's not going to help you immediately, but thanks for pointing that out. Okay. Okay, Alejandro. Do I see any split? Okay, for CSSI? Well, more than likely, but let's well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see it. I mean, 21 million, I mean, it's pretty low. You would think this was an IPO, a fairly recent IPO, wasn't it? Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment? Maybe not. Okay, I sort of remember this. I mean, this is like going way back. This is back in August of 2017. Sort of remember it. So that's when it started trading as this, but I can't see when or if they did reverse splits. It would make sense that they did or not, because I don't see that our chart. My guess is maybe this is not. This is. I mean, usually our charts are split adjusted. So I don't know. I don't have a quick answer for you. Pretty bleak though from that IPO. So I'm totally out of the GME, guys. Just now, this is interesting. Trying to curl a little bit, but it would have to get probably almost up to this level before I would even consider going long. I mean, I know I'm giving up a bunch, but I'd still rather it, challenge that 20 level right here and just see how well that 20 level holds. Maybe tomorrow, maybe I doubt today. All right, so Mara is on the move a little bit here, guys. I do see that Bitcoin, yeah, I mean, it's been pretty dead today, IBIT, kind of dead today. So, but Mara is on the move a bit. Well, let's see what your definition of tanking is. Yeah, well, whatever they're saying. Was AI focus, right? This conference, whatever they call it, the Apple. So Apple highlights AirPods updates with Siri with nodding feature. Okay. Apple Vision Pro to debut outside the United States markets for the first time. These are the country. Yay, Canada. Not that I'm going to buy one. Well, getting a lot of little updates here. All the things that they're doing. Bring voice isolation to AirPods Pro. Discusses audio and home updates. But you're right. So you're saying there's nothing. Well, you must be listening. So they haven't talked about AI, which is a little strange. Again, guys, what you're seeing here, this is from Interactor Brokers, okay? This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, maybe they're saving the best for last. Drive the share price down, then mention AI, and everybody will get it cheaper. Yeah. So again, guys, this is a pretty active scanner here. U1K. Last alert we had was at 119. I mean, it is now 139. So half an hour, or how about 20 minutes? 20 minutes ago, we haven't had an alert, and this is a pretty active scanner. I don't know when it ends. No, I can't tell you. Maybe somebody knows when the event ends, but so, and we're just about ready to wrap this up. And oh, yeah, and by the way, AI for Apple. There's always a one wise, you know what? Give me a moment. All right, China EV. Let's see what's happening with this LI. All I'm really looking for is something that has not done a lot of chopping around for a few hours. Just something that has a relatively straightforward trend that you can identify. I mean, sure, the trend's down in LI, but I just don't trust this move to keep going down. Oh, I see. So the conference is ends on Friday, so it's every day. Every day this week there's something. So that should be interesting. So maybe they'll save the AI till Friday at 3 o'clock. I'm kidding. I think I'm kidding. I think they should be probably doing it today. I'm kidding. I don't follow Apple at all, but yeah. So look at the SPY though, guys. Taking these that 45 minutes is being wiped out. All right, guys. Well, as I have a bit of a lull here, I think I'll just go over my homepage one last time. This is not like last Monday, guys, when GME went absolutely crazy and chugged a lot of other ones along with it. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The room gets credit for the subscription, and that will really help to keep this room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together, about 38 short videos. And I think if you're new to trading, this would be very beneficial. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And then here are currently the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. I'm getting the gentleman to add the large cap losers here. So these are the this race, the large cap gainers, and then this one, the two I'm running. I'm not running this other one. This is more, well, this will be the biggest gainers from when the race started, and it wouldn't matter whether it's a small cap or large cap. And the relative strength leaders down here, and the halts resumes over here. And you've heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakdowns and breakouts are there. So I am sharing a lot of scans, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. If you have any questions about them, you can ask. RBA on the move here, guys. RBA Global on the move here. RBA on the move. So it has a little bit of room to the next high. Pretty expensive though, but a little bit of room to the next high, 80.72. So over $1.20 or so to the next high on the daily chart for RBA. My weekend was fine. Yeah, this would have been a nice short. I remember seeing this one right here on that break. Yeah, it would have been a pretty nice short. Not a huge amount moving down, but definitely a nice short. All right, so this Credo, there's that 10 SMA that might block it. This Credo looked kind of interesting, actually, to me anyway, holding that whole number, little bounce off it, but that 10 SMA is looming above it, so that might block it. All right, I have to put a price alert for the GME to see if it takes out the low. We got a low all the way down here, $23. I'm going to stick a price alert right there, see if it takes it out, and then runs in that 20. Well, man, RBA continues to move higher here, guys. Just coming into that potential resistance, 80.72, so we're a little over $1 away. So this is the reason. Oh, okay. You probably somebody probably mentioned this. The S&P Mid Cap 400. This is for RBA joining the S&P Mid Cap 400. I think somebody, maybe Casa or Draw earlier, mentioned a whole bunch of them that were going into not necessarily the 400, but maybe the various ones. Did Apple announce anything new? Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that, I mean, I have some, little introduces map note. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff they're talking about. So I don't know if there's anything earth shattering. So far, nothing. I mean, other than no news on AI. I think that's what people were waiting on. But I've got a bunch of little headlines that talk about some of the new things. All right. So William said he's going to keep the main room open until about 4 o'clock. So I will be taking off sometime between 2:30 and a quarter to 3. Is Vero a low float stock? Boy, this is yeah, boring day so far for me. Well, we have 4 million. So yeah, I would say certainly a low float stock. Vero now coming again into that 200-day moving average. VERO, Canadian company. Duolingo, okay. Okay, you're right. Company mentioned the Apple event. Okay, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Relative volume 0.81. So it's not really even not trading a lot. Well, okay. I have a question in our YouTube room. REPL, short at resistance, perhaps. Well, there's the high, 940. And there is something over here at 950. So that is what you're looking at, maybe. But the trend is still up. So I don't know about shorting yet. There's a red bar ignored. JP Morgan maintains coverage for this one with a target of 17. Okay. What do I think about Cart? I know that Cart and Uber and Lyft seem to be mentioned all in the same breath. So, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I thought maybe it had something to do with Uber and Lyft because, well, I had a big bottoming tail here. What time is that? That's 12:45. Let me just take a look at Uber. Yeah, so I obviously Uber and Lyft. I mean, and this, wow, what a recovery though. Okay, so the reason Uber went down here and Lyft and I guess Cart, Uber loses challenge to California gig work law in U.S. appeals court, so they lost that. And I guess Cart must maybe has a deal with Uber. That's how they're going to deliver the gross. I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about Cart, but big recoveries now. But I mean, when I look left, I just see a bunch of stuff it has to get through. So between here and 35, 34, and 35, there looks like there's some stuff. And it's very choppy. I mean, so it's all. It has to have had something to do with that ruling in California. Cart dash Uber, yeah, thank you, and Dash also DoorDash. They all got affected, and Lyft. I mean, they all got affected by that ruling in California. Ah, Cart pays workers the same way. Okay, so that's the reason. So you have to digest that news, Vaz. And this is our YouTube room talking. You have to digest that news and think: is it going to be still really bad for these type of companies? Oh, okay. Thank you, Chris. Only the year. Okay, I actually didn't look at the other ones. Let me just see. So you saw what I was talking about. Should have looked at the other ones. Okay. So Alejandro, are you still around? I should have looked at some of the other ones, I guess. So let me just confirm what you were saying. Yeah, okay. From the big gap. So it's just the year to, well, not, so it's the year to date anchored VWAP, but the rest of them, of which there are many. How do I get the other ones up? Select strategy, right? Okay. Okay, so it's also weekly. I just have this, this is, well, anchored VWAP version one. I just brought that one up also. I don't see, oh, okay. No, it must have been not visible. That's all. Okay. So Alejandro, I don't know if you're still listening. But yeah, it appears anyway, it is just this one, the year-to-date anchored VWAP. And the rest of them, I don't know if Chris, if you've looked at every single one of them, but let's go anchored VWAP pinch. Yeah, it looks like it's just that one. Thanks, Chris. All right, here are the AI announcements. Okay, let's take a look at Apple now. On the AI announcements, we are going to dominate the AI. So here we go. Apple announces AI offering called Apple and oh, how clever. Apple Intelligence. Why didn't I think of that? Ooh, IQ. I don't know. I think Apple Intelligence is pretty good. I mean, everybody knows AI. I mean, now, what if? I mean, it won't. But what if the whole thing got rebranded as Apple Intelligence? It's not going to happen. I know, but oh, you mean when they would announce something in the AI or about AI, Captain? Is that what you mean? That's what I mean. If they took over the AI acronym and then everybody kept calling it Apple Intelligence, Wouldn't that be something? Okay, Kit. Ugh. I mean, I see what you're seeing, Dak. I know that you will play those. I won't. Meanwhile, RBA continues to move higher. Just well, not just because, but I mean, well, just because. But I guess a milestone for this company, of course, the S&P Mid Cap 400 being added to it. Boy, GME has really just settled down right at that 24 level. Tight now, very tight. Whoa, no kidding. I don't know what, or maybe it's not jazzy enough for the market. Knight Rider, Tony P. Knight Rider. I don't think I ever saw it, but I'm just uncomfortable taking that many shares, Dak. That's all. It's just, I mean, it's you're right. Philosophically, it shouldn't matter, but I'm just uncomfortable taking that many shares, which you'd have to do in order to make it worthwhile. So, and if you're uncomfortable doing something trading, you shouldn't do it. It's really that simple. Even if in theory it makes no sense not to do something, but if it makes you uncomfortable, don't do it. Sometimes, I consider myself pretty rational, but sometimes it's just it's a feeling you have, and if even though it may be somewhat irrational, you got to be so comfortable with what you do in trading. All right, guys, 2:13. So I don't know, maybe at max another 30 minutes. Again, sometime between 2:30 and quarter to 3, I'll probably take off. William says he'll keep the room open until 4. So before I do take off, I will put the I'll put the main trading room link in our YouTube room, so you can head over. This has been a very boring day for me. So this tandem is one that I was just looking at earlier, and at the, there was an opportunity to short it right around that 47.50 mark. I just have to learn how to read this little cloud formation a lot better, whether it's Nimbus or Cirrostratus or whatever it is. Whew, guys, I'm just, yeah, I mean, look, we've had 3 alerts, 119, 157, 2. So in over almost 1 hour, only 3 alerts and a very, very active scanner. And that's it. Then you've got this SPAC that is going. I don't know if have they actually indicated who they're going to be merging with? All right, so I guess they have. So Airways Automobile Europe enter into the letter of agreement into a letter of agreement for the business combination. So that was announced at least on the 14th. What are we now? That's May. Yeah, but this is not supposed to close until the end of the year, December 31st, 2024. So this is way premature, all this. And a very tight spread, though. That's the interesting thing about Huda, very tight spread. And a kid, of course, 2035, 2240. Only a $2 spread. Basically untradeable. Aha. Now GME is making a little bit of a move here, guys, off that 24 now. I think a big area for it to take out would be 24.60. A decent area would be 24.60. You can kind of see a bunch of stuff happening on the the last couple of hours, 3 hours perhaps. Takes out that. Maybe has a little end of day run, but it is down 14%. Yeah, man. Now there's a far bigger drop now for Apple. Interesting. Of course, Apple affecting the market, and somebody mentioned Nvidia dropping also. Not quite as much as, I mean, Nvidia is still positive now, whereas Apple is, well, basically flat. I think isn't this week FOMC on Wednesday or Wednesday? Is it this week with minutes maybe? I'd have to check the calendar, but I think it's this week. And it must be on their minutes also. Not minutes, but JK a presser also at 2:30, or is it just the minutes? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I know. Thanks, GB. Yeah, I'd be highly, highly surprised if they do an interest rate reduction. I know Europe and Canada is doing it, but I don't know about the states. But who knows, man? Now, if we get an interest rate reduction, imagine what the market's going to do. Still have that 200-day moving average on top, Dak. I don't know if that, it seemed to have affected it early anyway. And you're talking about the KWE, excuse me, 116, and that's exactly where it got to, 116. So we'd really have to take, excuse me, really have to take that out. Yeah, well, I would, yeah, even if I wanted, well, I don't mind trading these ones, when they're over a dollar, but to me, it just doesn't have enough room. Notwithstanding the 200-day moving average, but then you look left. Now, I get it. If I knew this was going to go from $1.04 to $1.22, sure, because that is the next high, $1.25. That'd be a great. It's just a minute. That's amazing. You get a little pause on my wrist as I'm talking, wondering what the heck is my cat wanting food. Just give me a moment. How to see how many stocks above the 208-day moving average and how many below on the New York Stock Exchange? Well, I mean, it's in theory, it is simple enough to do. Okay, you'd have to create a top list with the New York stock with all the stocks in the NYSE, and then put the 200-day moving average as a column, and then you would sort on the column. I mean, when I say simple, I mean it's not going to be super simple, but you'd have to have a symbol list with all the stocks in the New York Stock Exchange. I don't know how many that is. So you create that. I wonder if we even have that as a. So just out of curiosity, okay. Gives me something to do. I know it's not there. Yeah, I'm surprised. We have the Russell 2000. We have the S&P 500. I don't see that we have the New York Stock Exchange as a. We have NAS 100, and this is in alphabetical order, so it doesn't look like we've got the New York Stock Exchange as a symbol list. So you'd have to create a symbol list with those symbols in it. And then attach it to the top list, and then have as one of the columns the 200-day moving average, and then you could sort on it, or the change from the 200-day moving average. But it's not, there it is, the change. So anything above. So if you sorted on it, you would see the ones that are most above, and then all the way down to zero, and then you would start to see negatives. Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, that's what I mean. You'd have to create your own. We evidently do not have a symbol list. I have no idea how many. I mean, how many stocks are in the New York Stock Exchange? We don't have a. Sorry, we just don't have a symbol list. Well, if we do that, then yeah, maybe that'll do it. But then you put a out of that, because yeah, here's our exchanges. So if we do just New York, maybe that'll do it. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can start from scratch. Start from scratch. Exchanges, New York. I mean, what? Oh, start from scratch. Load the settings. There we go. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this is actually a full list, but because I don't have any other. Wait a minute. No, I'd have to. How many? Now set the record count 100. How many? 500. See what you. So you could start off with this, okay, and then what I would do is also put a minimum volume, maybe. But I mean, if I put 500 here, so I've got 500 symbols, okay. But here's the issue. You can see the ones that are above, and I don't know that there's an easy way to count them as I'm scrolling down. And then finally we get to the negative minus ones below the 200 day. And why these aren't showing up, I have no idea. I don't know what these are. So maybe, but there's volume in this one. I don't know why. I don't know why NYSE is not showing up. Maybe it hasn't traded for 200 days. That's the reason. Okay. So as Pepe said, yeah, you just have to assign the New York Stock Exchange and then put the change from the 200 day. You might also want to do something like, I mean, I don't often do this, but I mean, maybe, to reduce it, trading at least 100,000 shares a day. I don't know, over the last 5 days. This might be a reason why I would use it. Even 5 days. Let's go 5 days. Average volume, 100K. Okay, so I mean, there's a start, I suppose. Of course, I could add the different. I don't have the prices or volumes or anything like that here, but well, this is not hard work. What I just did, this is not. I don't think this is hard work at all. I mean, all you need, just put the change from the. This is the hard work to be able to count them. So I don't, I have no idea. Pepe, I don't think there's any way you can quickly count these. And then when you get these ones that are not showing up at all, obviously it means they haven't traded. Yeah, I wonder if the compare count would do it. You took the words out of or so the maybe, yeah, maybe. Let's see. So let's try. We'll start from scratch again. Do a compare count window. I'll configure. So exchanges only New York. Okay. And then 200. So change from 200 day, add the filter, make it like, 001. So it has to be at least above. Oops. I'll keep the average. Let's keep the average daily volume 5 days, 100K. So let's see how we're building this. So it's between 1 and 250. I mean, look, I can put it to one and, but the only problem is it needs a trigger, right? So it's not like a top list. Well, I'm going to give it to you, Sam. So problem is it needs a trigger. I'm just intrigued to see what will happen here. Oops. Okay, I think that'll do it. New low, and I have make it 1 to 1,000. So these are going to compare. Yeah, the only problem is, I mean, if you're just looking for the pure number with a compare count window, what it's doing is it's basically taking two alert windows of call them competing. I hate to call it strategies, but competing setups. Okay, one is stocks that are above the 200-day moving average versus the ones that are below the 200-day moving average. Okay, with the same price range, the same minimum 5 day volume, but you always need a trigger. And a trigger in this case, as I said, okay, compare those stocks that are above the 200-day moving average, making new highs, versus the ones below the 200-day average, making new lows. You're getting a percentage here. Yeah, unless you can think of something else, Pepe, because sure, you could say the 24%. But if you're looking for the pure number, like how many stocks are in the New York Stock Exchange? I really don't even know. 5,000? 1,000? 4,000? 20, there you go, 2272. So there's 2,000. So there's not a way easily that I can think of that you're going to be able to say, okay, there are, you know, 1,200 of them or 1,800 of them are above the 200-day moving average and 400 are below. I don't think there's an easy way to do that unless you create the symbol list, like I said, of all those symbols. Put a minimum volume because I mean some of those are not going to be trading very much, but even then, all you're going to do is see you're going to see the ones that are above, and you'll see the ones that are below, but you won't have that count. So I don't really think this is what you want either. If you just want like that ratio, well, not the ratio, but well, maybe that's what you would want, the ratio. Yeah. Why do you need the count? Yeah. I mean, but I mean, if you could, even if you could say, well, 50, 60% are above, 40% below. All this is telling you is that 87% are above making new highs versus, 13% below making new lows for the day. Yeah, advancers decliners, as William is saying, is probably but we don't have that. At least not that I'm aware of. So I'm not sure, even if we just get the percentage, but I don't see how you can quickly do that because this is because you need a trigger in this, and this is just, I've put new high versus new lows. So sorry. All right, guys, 242. So I think that is it for me, unless there are any other questions. So, okay, we're going to go through this again. What did I do again to get this here? Yeah. So it looks like, guys, you're going to have to, you want my scans because every time this gentleman who handles, see, I've added I've added the biggest large cap losers now. Okay. So I don't have to hand it out. It's right here. But every time he makes a change to my the scan section, when you go, if I give you this link, I'm sure it's blank now, right? Like there's nothing to click on. Maybe somebody can try. So if you click on my homepage link, what do you guys see? If you just maybe just somebody can help me here. If you click on my homepage link, then you scroll down till you get to the scan section. Is this clickable? Do you see the click here? Or is it blank like it was for me? No, when you say, but did you have a box that like these two that said click here that you could actually see? No box. Okay. So this is what you do. Okay. At least this is what I do on my just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Okay. And the little refresh icon, a little refresh. And when you do that, okay, the click here should appear. I'm gonna have to ask him why this is happening. Happened the last time I had him change something to like change my scans. So again, just control key press down on your keyboard and then click the refresh key, and then that should do it. So yeah, if it is clickable for you, that means probably the changes have not been made. Anyway, I mean, sure, tomorrow, I'll have to tell people to do that. I'm amazed I remembered how to do it. That's all. I added the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. So we've got the large cap gainers, large cap losers, plus the other one. Really? If you click on my homepage link, really? Because it's on mine. Just put the link in again. Maybe it's going to take a while. And then again, if you don't, if that's not clickable, if it looks like it's blank, you can't click anything. Then Control key, press down on your keyboard, then the refresh key, and then that should allow it to appear. And then, I mean, I'm surprised if it's not showing up. I didn't have to. I didn't have to clear my cache though. I'm going to ask Rudy though why this is happening. It seems every time a change is made. How do you get the smart exit to appear on the chart? Okay, so Raj, so right click on your chart, right click on your chart. Okay, and better doing this. Well, it might pop up. Okay, didn't. So, so right click on the chart, scroll down to where it says properties, and then a box will pop up, and then right at the very bottom, check show smart risk levels. Okay. Ooh, okay. Let me make sure. I hope I gave him the right. Hey, just give me a moment. Well, I'm glad I'm doing this now. See if it's working. I thought I gave him the right. All right, it is working for me. Okay, so Yeah, so clicking on it, just give me a moment. Okay, so here it is. Scroll down. Again, if you don't have that, you're going to have to hit the control key on your keyboard and the refresh. Okay, at least that's worked for me. So click here. This is what I added. The biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Click on it. And there it is. I can see that it is, I'm getting no error message. Highlight it. So it's all highlighted. It's copied. Control C, I've copied it. And then file, load from cloud. You can see that, this ends in EE3C. EE3C is right there. Load it, and it's on your screen now. Should be right on your screen. See, I don't look at this guide, as you call it. I never ever look at this. I think it's way too cumbersome. I just always but did you see what I did? I just, when you click on my link, it's going to show up in a tab, maybe a new tab, maybe overwrites a tab, or maybe a new tab, depends, I guess, how you've got your browser customized, and then you just highlight it, copy it, Control C, copy it, and then file load from cloud. That's with all the scan. That's with all these. Everything that's in here, it's the same thing. I just wanted to make sure I gave him the right link. Okay. Oh, good, good. No, I actually asked him to put it, with all the other races. Now, we guess we should get some symmetry going. Move one of these over here, and I don't control it, and I hate bothering him. So, question about the relative volume. Okay, sure, Raj, sir, sure. I mean, if you're looking for the definition, okay, the strict definition, I believe it looks at 30 days, okay, at up to the time, 250. So it's time of day sensitive, and I believe it looks back 30 days, whatever the average is over the last 30 days up to this time. Does the relative volume action between 9:30 and 10:30 influence the relative volume number before the close? Well, not exactly sure how to. There, yeah, you'll see some really crazy relative volume numbers at the beginning of the day. Say some stock has only traded 10,000 shares on average. Up to at the beginning of the day, and today's trading a million. You'll see like a relative volume of, could be in the thousands. Okay, but then as the day progresses, that number will decrease more than likely, if that makes sense. So I mean that the relative volume will, I mean, it changes all day long. So I mean, if you have if you have a lot of volume right at the very beginning, and then and so that you'll have a very crazy looking relative volume number, and then it starts to decrease for the rest of the day. That number will just keep dropping and dropping and dropping. So I suppose it does influence it because it starts off at a very high number, if that makes sense. It's like, let's take a look at this one as an example. Okay, yeah. So this is a great example, okay? My guess is that for the MLGO, when it had that volume right at the very beginning at 9:45, 9:30 and 9:45, it probably had a relative volume number of some really huge number, okay? But since then, the volume has just tapered off, and so has the relative volume. It's just going to compare, the volume up to the time of day. I asked for that, Pepe. They don't want to give it to me. I guess they're afraid I might do something to to the database or something. I asked for that a long time ago because it would make then I could just tamper all day long if I wanted. No, but I actually asked for that. All right. So, question in our YouTube room: reset and grow. New to TI, trying to locate when Holly enters the initial trade. Okay. So the best thing to do, in my opinion, anyway, if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click, there are three that start off with Premium AI strategy. I'm sorry, Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Then this is the window that you would see. Notice that this is the entry time. Now, I hate to call it entry time. I'll rather call alert time. Okay, alert time, because I don't want to give people the idea that they have to take the trade right away. This is an alert. What I always do is I would always check. Click on the alert, check the chart. Do I like what I see? If I do, great. If I don't, I won't trade it. You know, so you just wait for the alerts to happen. Here's an entry time. Here's an alert price. Okay. And then here's a stop. And then again, how you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. I did my video today on the MLGO, and I said, this is a bit of a strange one. One might have thought that the AI would have picked it here. Now, the reason it didn't is because whatever, this algo here, it did not, or the strategy, the filter values weren't met. So you watch it go all the way up here, and then it said, you know what? That's enough. It's too parabolic, and said, how about shorting it right there? Now, what I wouldn't have you could have waited 2 hours probably before you actually took the trade, as it sort of chopped around a bit. But once it really started to fall, I mean, that was a great percentage move down. As we speak, it's 19%. You can attach trade ideas to TradingView. Yes. Now, so make sure when you always get rid of, like, close down trade. I'm not sure I understand your question now. Reset and grow. You have to close down trade ideas every night. Okay, every night, and then in the morning, and you can make this window as part of your layout. When you load trade ideas, the next morning, then you'll just wait for the alerts to happen. Well, it's not comparing. I don't know. Okay, but Raj, it's not really looking at last week's number as such as a comparison. It's looking at 30 days. Okay, 30 days of what did it do up to 3 o'clock today? Okay, as an example, Eastern time. So when I look at this, that is 4.8 times normal. What total volume was up to 3 o'clock today on average? I'm just looking at this one right here, MLGO. So, I mean, if the volume in the final hours of trading is low, I mean, this number will just keep moving down, down, down. That's all. It could still have a high relative volume number because of what happened early in the day, but but that number will start to, I guarantee, I could do a look back, but I'm not going to. I guarantee that this relative volume at the beginning of the day for this was huge, huge. Well, you can just have it'll be pretty obvious, Raj, right? I mean, when you see the volume, I'm just looking at something like this, but when the volume has just completely fallen off, that the volume is the relative volume is tapering off too. So if you click on an alert and you see like a huge volume spike at the beginning of the day, and then it just tapers off, that it's going to be the relative volume it has been tapering off. Well, they don't look at this. No, they don't look at that bar and compare that bar to yesterday or the day before. You're right. It's total volume up to this time of day. But it's pretty obvious. That's what I'm saying. I mean, before you take a short or a long, don't you click on the alert and check out? Just have to check out the chart and see how the volume is tapered off. I'm not saying that's all going to look this dramatically, or this dramatic, but you could just sort of see how it's tapered off. SMLR. I mean, big volume at the beginning, tapered off. As opposed to something like ARVYL, which all of a sudden, didn't really do much, and then all of a sudden, had a big volume bar. So my guess is that the relative volume, and see how that just increased. The relative volume probably wasn't that great at the beginning, and then all of a sudden, that number would definitely go up. Does anybody use the Windows scheduler to auto start trade ideas? Joe, I think that question has been asked before. Pepe probably knows the answer to that, if it can be actually done. So Pepe says he's never been able. So I understand the reason. It'd be almost like me too. I don't want to. I'm in the West Coast, so I don't want. I mean, the market opens my time at 1 o'clock. Okay, we start getting our data at 1 o'clock. So I think the question is, could I have some kind of an auto scheduler to start trade ideas at 1 o'clock my time? And I don't. And if Pepe says he's never been able to make it work, I would say that you can't do it. Okay, Wolf. No, it doesn't really affect me because, something was running before I get up. I'm not going to be able to trade it anyway, even if Trade Ideas starts to show the data. I'm not going to be able to trade it. So, okay. So there's your answer, Wolfhound. Will I get, well, yeah, there is a web-based version of Trade Ideas in which you can have, so let me just bring it up. Where are you? So this is the web-based version, okay? And there's our AI right here, Ollie AI. And so you will get, yeah, so you'll get the same alerts. It's exactly the, well, it's the same alerts for sure, with an entry and a stop and all that, okay? So the answer to your question, Maya, is yes. But if you can use a downloadable application, it is better. But if you're wanting to use like a Mac or something, or you're on a tablet, I get it, I understand. But you can get the alerts. I mean, yeah, my pre-market active's up and down. I mean, obviously that, whenever I wake up and load Trade Ideas, that's going to show me the biggest, the biggest gainers and losers in the pre-market whenever they started. Okay, Maya, did I answer your question? Okay, good. I don't know. I really don't know what the what would be the goal if you can't trade it. Because I mean, you can't auto trade in the pre-market anyway, even your own strategies. So I'm not sure what the goal would be. You'd have to ask Wolfhound, because as I said, it wouldn't make any difference to me. Not if you're using a top list to track the the pre-market actives up and down. Wow, 306. See, I don't mind staying if there are questions. I have no problem staying if there are questions. But he's talking, if you're trying to see alerts, I get it. Okay. If you're looking, so you're using an alert window then. Okay. Well, that makes a bit of a difference, I suppose. You're using an alert window to show you stocks making pre-market highs and pre-market lows. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, then that does. Okay. I suppose, because I do have, I do have that also. And you're right. I mean, I would miss the ones that are making, but again, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how is that going to help me trade if I'm not going to well, I can't auto trade it anyway. So I get up and I happen to see that, some stock made a new high at 2 o'clock in the morning, my time. Now I'm getting up at say 4:30 my time, and I don't see that. No, the AI only starts alerting at least 10 minutes after the market opens. So you'll not get an AI alert before 9:40. Okay, talking to Maya. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. Look at today as an example. The earliest alert was at 9:42. Okay, we had one at 9:45, 9:47, 9:48, 55, and that's it for the day. Now, if you're going to ask me, is that typical? Not necessarily. I mean, you could in theory get alerts in theory, up to, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's very rare. I would say that most of the alerts are between, say, 9:40 and 10:30. And then that's it most of the time. And certainly nothing after hours. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions. Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. So, whoops. Oh, I see. Okay, so you're just being lazy, Wolfhound. But I hear you. I understand. But I'm so used to just, loading everything when I get up. Brokerage plan, like everything that I need. Takes me, what, a minute? Okay, guys. So in our YouTube room, I'll put the, if you guys still want to talk about trading, you can come to the main room. I'll be gone. No screen sharing, nobody on the mic, but if still people here that are still talking about stock. So there is the room. There's the link. Okay. For those of you in YouTube. And I will now stop the screen sharing. And mute myself now. So I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, and thanks again for all the help.